Yeah.
And if there's ways to help educate.
We don't even have one. They guess you
Yeah.
You realized, oh, someday it would be fun to.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, I wish I were there. I feel bad breaking up the conversation, but I'm going to call the meeting to order. It's a little hard to follow the room, when I'm up here. So Kayla, as vice chair, if you see things in the room and people wanting to talk and that kind of thing, I hope you help me and make sure that everyone gets to talk when they want to and can raise their questions or comments when they feel the need. So looks like we have a pretty full room. The first thing I wanted to say was to welcome Eric if he's there in the room.
Yeah, good morning. There. Good morning.
Right.
Oh,
Nice to see you. Do you want to say just like, a sentence or two? Just we did, naturally look at a little bit of background about you, but it's always fun to hear a person's introduction of himself, if you would like to do that.
sure. Good morning. My name is Eric Ranges. I'm a forester at Justina Land and Timber Company. We're headquartered in Eugene. We are a fourth generation family owned timber company that's been in business in Oregon, I believe since 1917. We currently have lands in Clatsop, Tillamook, Yamhill, Lincoln, Lane, Lynn, and Douglas counties spread throughout the state. So I have a pretty good feel for the difference between managing family forest lands on coastal property as well as in the valley fringe, going up the slopes of the Cascades. And other than that, I've had my hands in pretty much everything from early silviculture up through orchard management and through operations.
Well, thank you. Really appreciate your stepping up to do this, and we look forward to having you on the committee.
Thank you.
The formal first item we have is the review of the agenda. Does anyone have any comments on that?
Just to say thank you for putting it together, Wendy, and Heather for adapting it multiple times.
Yes,
Really
good comment. Yeah, Heather's been doing such a wonderful job, sort of like doing the committee, the agendas, and reaching out and getting people to talk to us. So thank you very much, Heather. I was thinking, if it's okay with, the staff persons and everything to do the roll call. And if you could do the roll call, Heather, that would be great. But maybe each of us can just say a sentence or two to introduce ourselves to Eric, since it's our first time with him at the meeting. That sound okay to you, Heather?
Sure. All right, so Amanda, it's a little bit faster. She will be about an hour late today, just already know that. Gary Jensen.
I'm Jerry Jensen, representing the Southern Willamette Valley area down there. I'm a retired forester and a small forest landowner, and have been active in our forest programs here for probably close to 50 years. So I have a little bit of experience.
All right, Glenn Ahrens.
Hi, I'm Glenn Ahrens. I'm the OSU Extension Agent, the forester for Clackamas, Marion, and Pittsburgh counties, representing OSU College of Forestry and Extension on the committee. And of course, Extension foresters work with small woodland owners particularly, but also forestry from A to Z for the rest of the Oregonians. And I've been an agent for about 22 years.
Julie Woodward.
Good morning, Julie Woodward, Director of Forestry with the Oregon Forest Resource Institute. And I've also invited my colleague as a guest today, Catherine Charlton.
Hi, I'm Catherine Charlton. I started with OFRE May 1st, so still pretty new. I am running the land owner education program. I came from the Bureau of Land Management in Coos Bay. Sorry, I'm a little scattered this morning.
Welcome.
Catherine.
Keola Swanson.
Hi, I'm Kayla Swanson. I am the conservation seat for the Committee for Family Forestlands. I've been working in conservation my whole career and forestry for the last 10 years. I work for the Conservation Fund and primarily in the Columbia Gorge, but also increasingly just across the state in Oregon and in Washington. This is my second term committee. Really glad to know you all and get to work with you.
Kate McMichael.
Kate McMichael, a small landowner. I'm the landowner at large, which and we're down the hill, down Gate Creek Road neighbors. So in the burn scar of the Holiday Farm fire. So this is Yeah, it put me midway through my first term. I mean, really enjoying being part of this committee. And I just counted and I think we've owned a woodland 4 years now.
Oh, wow. God, that was quick.
And 18 months of it was beautiful and healthy.
Mark Roman,
Morning, Mark Froman, industry representative, retiring. There is the new representative.
Are you retiring from him? Just from? All right. I was like, how much?
Which that was,
Yeah.
that might be interesting. I'm the Timberlands manager for US Timberlands, Hampton Tree Farms, Oregon and Washington. Been with Hampton since 1993, managing private land.
Mauricio Valencio,
Good morning, everyone. Maurizio Valerio with from Eastern Oregon. I am the Eastern Oregon Family Forest Land Owner Representative, also member of OSWA, and we'll be managing and owning our little piece of 500 acres of forest since for the last 33 years and counting, because we enjoy every single moment of it.
Rick Zen,
Good morning, Rick Zen, Oregon Small Woodlands Association, and happy to see you all in person.
all right, and then Wendy Gerlach.
Hi, I'm Wendy Gerlach. I'm the at-large member of the committee. I live in Portland. I'm a lawyer in private practice and I do transactions that involve forest land. And I got involved in this through my connection with land trusts. So I'm on the board of Columbia Land Trust and also do some work for the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. And I want to thank Mark for your service to the committee. If this is your last meeting, we've appreciated working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that the full roster? I was enjoying your doing the work, Heather. I
No,
think.
that was everyone, yeah.
Thank you. Any comments on the prior meeting summary?
When did you want to have the public say hello, or maybe you're gonna get to that?
Oh, sorry, I think that comes right, just by my list, the public comes right after the prior meeting summary. I may, if that works. Does anyone, I didn't hear any comments on the prior meeting summary. So I think I will take it next to public comment. Will anyone who's on the Zoom, who's a public commenter, or anyone who's in the room, please tell us your name and make your comment.
My name is Teresa Hauser. I'm a member of the public. Happy to be here.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. Chair updates. My chair update is basically that I appreciate, as Kayla was saying, how they're doing a lot of legwork in terms of getting presentations for us. So today we're going to be talking about, we'll have Catherine McDonald speaking about the Climate Commission. We're also going to have some information about the forest tax regimes. In addition to that, we're going to go over the draft annual report. So we have quite a bit to do and look forward to working with you on that. I'm going to be leaving the meeting partway through, like I think at 11:30 when we adjourn for lunch, because I'm going on vacation this afternoon. So that's why I can't be down there in person and I miss seeing you all. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Mike.
Good morning. Hopefully my voice won't give out, but we've had a lot of pollen flowing around the campus here. Not allergic, it just seems to be quite a bit of it here. I'm going to give you kind of an update on the division here. For those who are in the room here, we've passed around and updated, or as updated on an org chart we have of the Forest Resources Division. And for those online, if you need a copy of that, Heather can probably send that to you, at least the June version of it. So part of it, the reason I handed out, I kind of want to go through some of the hirings that are still to come, and the ones that have been in place or have been put in place, especially around the small forest landowner office and the training position that we have here. So I'll start with that. For those of you track along here, we have Josh Barnard at the top of the org chart, and he has Nicole Stapp. For those of you who are at the Board of Forestry meeting, you may have met her. She's our new policy lead for the division. So anything that's going on downtown at the legislature, or any policy coming into the division, runs through her first.
and she kind of puts her spin on it. She's been doing policy for, I don't even know how many years, probably about 10, 15 years now. So she's very well tuned with what's going on and communicates very well and is able to disseminate that out to the rest of the division. So she's actually a good person to have in that position there. Another manager we hired on was Megan Cogswell under the adaptive management and training position. Megan came from Chemeketa Community College, where she'd been an instructor and I believe a dean at one time, doing a lot of outreach and education type of programs over that community college. And she'll be in charge of our training coordination, not only for our folks in ODF, but actually the external training for all the woodland owners and everyone else that's out there as well. So if you haven't met her yet, I think she's around today. We might be able to get her to come down and say hello. We have a few other positions within the org chart there. You see them as vacant. Some of these limited duration positions are actually going to go away at the end of the biennium. And there are still a few of permanent positions on there, some OPA 2s and some NRS 3s that we still have to fill, just to kind of keep some of these programs going. What you don't see, and I was talking to Keola about this, is the field side of these programs that are here in Salem. So as an example, we have the legacy program, we have the NRCS program, we have the federal forest restoration program housed underneath this division here, underneath our division. But out in the district, the NRCS program has close to probably 40 or 50 individuals that work within the NRCS program that aren't reflected in this chart. And the same with FFR, I believe they're up to like 25, 30 folks working out in the field with the FFR, Federal Forest Restoration. And then the legacy program, we have a 3/4 of the time person who's going to be taking on quite a workload in the legacy program. So that may expand here into the future as Keola. So anyway, so the Amy Singh moved on. She actually is working for the Forest Service doing their legacy program. We're going to hire her on or hire her back as a advisor to the person that we put into our legacy position, so that we have that continuation between Forest Service and us. So Lori Bell is the manager that will be hiring for that. The other position I put open there is the incentives field coordinator, because Nate Egglesop picked up the OPA 3 position over there. Need to get the field coordinator position in place to start helping with the small woodland owners with all the incentive programs, which are still ongoing as well. So there'll be a few changes left coming along here and there. Another position we just got in place too, kind of midway through the org chart under field sports, we just recently hired a geotech, which is going to be important with the steep slopes training.
That'd be in the SFOAO office or in that, sorry.
She's over in her field sport. She's an actual geologist is where we came from. She's been doing various jobs off and on through the years, a lot of them centered around geology. And so we actually picked her up. She's gotten going, I think, in the last week or so. So it's good to have actually a geologist or geotech in place, especially with something else I'm going to talk about here in a minute. So anyway, we're good. We're getting there. We're trying to get all these pieces in place, especially small forest landowner office, trying to get those folks in place so we can have some help for the small woodland owners out in the field.
Can you say, so you said you went, this is 3 times the number of staff that you had 18 months ago?
We had 35 positions in the division 24 months ago. And we now have 82.
That's a lot of growth.
It is a lot of growth, but I'm sure there's growing pains. I haven't heard of any, Heather has or not, but so with something this large, you have to kind of take a step back every now and then and just ask people how they're doing. So we're actually telling our managers to make sure you're actually checking in with your folks, so you make sure that there aren't any misses that are happening when you're hiring this many people. So so far so good. We actually have I think next week we have an all employees meeting scheduled to get everybody off site, kind of get together.
How many employees is it total? This is only one division that's,
Yeah, one division, we got 80. I don't know how many employees, 85, 90 people showing up over the Viticulture Center just to kind of get off site and kind of get everybody focused on getting together. We usually do updates out there. It's just kind of a chance to actually get people in person, kind of like we're doing today. Probably about a third of the folks you see on the chart here work remote. And so they aren't in day to day. So it's our one or two times a year, we get everybody together to meet face to face so they can actually meet the other people they work with. So and then I think we have some presentations and things like that. So it's good. I think people enjoy getting together once or twice a year. So anyway, that's the org chart. I want to move on to some of the training that we've completed. So since we last met in, I think March, is when our last meeting was, we have actually completed what we call Module A and Module B training. Module A training was when we went around to the district foresters, Nick Henneman and I, we were asking them for support for training. They didn't want to take everybody out of the district offices all at one time. So we did 2 separate trainings. We actually thought about doing 3 trainings, which ended up being a little bit too much. So we just knocked it back to 2 trainings. We had about 60 people on one training on one of the Module A's, and then about 80 people show up at the second Module A. Module A was basically taking the new rules and sitting everybody down and going through each one of the rules. We went through the entire forest practices, at least the rules that have changed, and talked to everybody, working through it for a week, and gave them the opportunity to ask questions. And at the end, I think we had tests. We actually gave them tests at the end of each training, or at the end of each section, to see if they actually retained the information. So we had about 140 people maybe run through that training. We had Fish and Wildlife folks there. We had state forest folks. We had managers as well as stewardship foresters, small forest landowner foresters. Purpose of mixing, we mixed them up, kind of the long-standing stewardship foresters we had mixed in with the newer folks to kind of help with the training there as well. Module B was actually out in the woods. So we actually did about a day in a classroom, then went out to a landowner and talked about, I think some of them were steep slopes. We talked about kind of enforcement issues, and so actually just to get them out in the woods, to kind of show them. I think one of them, they actually laid out a stream and showed them what the buffers looked like with the new stream. So and then again, that was another, I think 85 people were at one training, and then another 65 were at another. But we had one up in Hood River and the other one down in Canyonville. Actually got to take a look at some of the area around some of the fires that were out there in Canyonville area. And then we have scheduled for mid-June, I think it's actually next week, one of them. Let me see here, June 14th. We have the steep slopes training coming up for landowners, for those who want to qualify in steep slopes training. Next week is Douglas County Fairgrounds on June 14th. There's a training in Wilsonville. I believe it's where we do all the training there at the Holiday Inn. I think it's the Holiday Inn. And Albany at the fairgrounds on June 20th, and then North Bend at the casino on July 11th for those who need steep slopes training. And then we're going to join OSU Extension on the train the trainer. I didn't catch the date on that one.
Next Friday, the 16th.
Next Friday, the 16th. If you have OSU Extension Foresters and ODF Foresters get together to train up on, I think it's through the Partnership for Forestry Education, kind of train folks up.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit or not.
I just got the agenda.
Okay, that's all right.
But yeah, Julie and Oprah are helping that. We've been trying to get the schedule for a while, so it's happening. It's just pretty short. It's like a 9:30 to 3:30.
Yep.
So obviously not going as deep, although I know in the future we're going to be hosting, demonstration education programs with ODF at various sites. So we'll continue to learn together.
Good. Yeah, perfect. Let's see. You wanted to touch on the post-disturbance literature and review. I'm sorry. Post-disturbance theory. Try one more time. Post-disturbance literature is in review. Try one more time. Post-disturbance literature review is in process. There you go. So Nick Henneman knows a little bit more about that. He just wanted me to make sure you heard that. And the same compliance monitoring, they're going to be doing a reforestation study coming this fall, and Terry Free, I think, is actually working on that. So the more to come with that. We'll probably have a better update in the September meeting. I can talk about that a little more. The Ferns program is being developed and has been started, is on track for January 1st, 2024 launch date.
Is that just an overhaul of the online system or?
Adding the PFA and everything to it, yeah. So they're still on track for January 1st, so. I just wanted to get it out there again that to let everybody know there will be no continuations beyond December 31st. This one thing, just kind of keep that message out there, just go from one rule set to the next. And then that's, as I said, that's December 31st. So getting that message out to everybody, so everybody knows about it, make plan accordingly with their operations. And then if you have any questions, to get a hold of your stewardship forester or your SFO forester for those landowners. And then I want to touch a little bit on the Board of Forestry meeting that just happened yesterday and the day before. In the consent agenda item, Wendy just let you know, we put the nomination for Eric in there and it passed with no questions at all. And with your reappointment as well. So congratulations, Wendy. And then the other part was we had a bit of rule cleanup for the PFA rules. And those have now been passed through with, we've presented them before the Board of Forestry. Those are just corrections to language and a few other things. It wasn't complete rewrites. It was just kind of clarified some of the stuff in the rules. That's all it was. And then there's an independent research and science team nominations are to the board for consideration and appointments. And I don't know if they talked about it at the Board of Forestry. Did I pick up on that or not?
What's that research and science team oriented toward? Is that just in
You'd have the
general?
management committee.
Thank you, sorry.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's the team that's going to be helping the adaptive management committee with scientific research. So, and then the last piece of it is I'll talk about disproportionate impacts a little bit. We did come to a resolution on that, and I was hoping I'll have to see if I can find the language that we put in there. But we did come to a resolution, or we came to a conclusion on that. And I'll see if I can find the language here and I can read it later as to what the actual language was. And Ben was there, he's not on our meeting, to help us kind of get through that. And part of what's in place now is House Bill 2161 is actually adding to the disproportionate language. So for those who've been tracking that in the legislature, it'll add, I think it amends some of the language to actually trying to remember how 2161, I think it actually, if you find that you're disproportionately impacted, you are free from the 5% cap within your watershed as one of the mitigation efforts. There are a couple other things in there, but as you know, the legislature is in recession for now. So that'll we'll have to see where that 2160 comes. And like I said, let me see if I can find the language. I had it for me here, but it actually came to the author groups for a meeting, and Ben Doyling was helping me out with this. And then we had Nicole actually kind of put the finishing touches on it. And we have the author groups and everybody came to a pretty good resolution, I thought, for disproportionate impacts. But if that language is actually in the rule language now and has been adopted. So, and that's all I have, Wendy. If there's any questions.
Thanks, Mike. One question I had from early on was, what was the FTE number for the Forest Legacy person in the new org chart?
They're full-time FTE. We have one right now.
Okay, great. I just,
Second one, right?
Well, we're working on
One's
trying to
limited
get,
duration, one, I see that.
so yeah, so we have a full-time FTE for the legacy, which is Amy's old position. She just worked 3/4 time because that's what she wanted to work.
oh, okay.
And then we have Astrid filling in till we get somebody into the position, and Astria's LD will go away.
Oh, see, I was kind of liking how there was two there.
Yeah, we're trying to get there.
Okay, cool.
So anyway, if there's any support in the future, we'll probably try and add another legacy position, another NR3, and eventually we just haven't quite got there yet. So.
Thanks. I also just I should have mentioned this earlier, maybe in the agenda, but the discussion of the federal conservation easement program materials that Heather sent around that were, I think, brought forward by Ryan Gordon. And then I think, Mike, you sent them around or asked Heather for us to consider. We don't have to talk about that now, but at some point, it sounds like we should add that to the agenda.
Yeah. And what that is it's a new program that's coming out in Washington, DC that actually, I think it's from the NRCS side or BLM.
It'd be in the farm bill.
Yeah, and be in the Farm Bill. And it's very similar to the legacy program, is my understanding, at least my first read on it. I don't know if you got a different take on it, Gail.
Yeah, if we, well, whenever we get to that, I'm happy to talk more about it. Conservation Fund, help support it and draft it.
Yeah.
But now's the time. I don't know, Wendy.
We only have 5 minutes right now before the tax discussion. So I think that probably we'll just put that, and hopefully we'll have a little space sometime later in the meeting where we can remember if we have a gap to bring that up again. And Kayla, that'd be great if you could tell us a bit about it.
Sure.
My suggestion is we would just move now, right? Just a few minutes early onto our tax discussion. I think I saw on the Zoom that Lester was here. Is that right? All right, then Lester, I will introduce you, and let's see, is Tori on too? Yeah, okay, welcome both. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to hearing your update on taxes.
Okay, thank you for having me. I'm Lester Frakes, and Tony Blessing is also here listening in on this conversation. I am the lead for the Department of Revenue's Property Tax Division, Timber Tax section. We also handle all the special assessment programs in Oregon as well. We have a 5-member team, and part of our responsibility is the administration and collecting of the timber taxes each year. And that falls upon probably 3 main people that do that work. And so I'm going to introduce myself, or I just did. I introduced myself. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know I have about 20 years of property tax experience, and the last 7 years I've worked exclusively with the property tax or the timber tax section and the special assessment section. And beside that, I have another 18 years of experience appraising farmland and timberlands in the state of Oregon. Tony Blessing, on the other hand, she has 23 years of property tax experience and 7 years with the timber tax special assessment unit as well. She comes out of Benton County, their farm timber appraiser. So we're blessed with a lot of experience for the taxation program on this. I heard you mention ferns a little earlier. We have a relationship with the Department of Forestry's ferns and DOR, in that that's how we know what property owners have harvested their timber, is by the permits that they submit in ferns. And then Forestry electronically sends us a copy of each of those permits, and we pick up who the timber owner is and send them their property tax return or their timber tax returns. And so we have a great interest in any changes or anything that happens to the ferns database over the years. I'm going to try to keep my comments or presentation strictly tax related, timber tax related. So I'll start off with the forest products harvest tax. As you all know, all timber harvested in Oregon will get a forest products harvest tax return, and you pay taxes on that. There's a 25 MBF or 25,000 board feet exemption for the first 25,000 board feet of the taxes. And this year, and when I'm talking about this year, the 2023 timber tax year, which is the year that is being harvested now, has a new tax added to it, and it's the PFA Conservation and Recreation Fund. The private board. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So you're saying that 20 after 25 MBF, then the tax would go to the PFA Conservation and Recreation Fund? Is that what you said?
No. Basically on a harvest, okay, let's say you harvested 50 MBF during the tax, during your tax year. Then you would take 25 MBF from that, and your tax would be on 25 MBF.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, all right. Okay, what I was saying about the PFA Conservation and Recreation Fund, this is the new 22 session, the 2022 session added the private forest accord. And a part of that is the responsibility to collect additional funds to help support that fund. And the rate is set to collect $2.5 million per year, which 2023 is estimated to be $1.0461 per MBF. Okay, the rate of $2.5 million a year to collect will happen until there is a issuance of an incidental take permit. So beginning with the 1st January following that issuance, that rate will raise to $5 million per year. And with that, there's a $250 million cap on the total collection throughout the years of this tax rate here for the private forest accord. So if we break it down, for the harvests that are happening between January 1st, 2023 and December 31st, 2023, the rate will be $5.9713 per MBF. So $5.9713 per 1,000 board feet. And that includes the new PFA rate. If you want the difference, last year, the 2022 past season, the rate was $4.9252 per 1,000 board feet. So I'll break down this year's or the 2023 rates. Forest research is 90 cents per MBF. Fire suppression is 0.6250 per MBF. The Oregon Forest Practices Act is 2.0702 per MBF. The Oregon Forest Resources Institute is 1.12 per MBF. The OSU College of Forestry is 0.21 per MBF. And the PFA Conservation and Recreation Fund is, as I mentioned, 1.0461 for a total of 5.9713. And that's what will be collected when the tax returns are sent out in January of 2024 for those harvests that happen in 2023.
Lester, could I ask a question? When you were reading through where the tax goes, some of those seem like consistent with how it's been in the past, and some of that seems new. I was wondering if you could highlight the ones that are new. And then I was wondering, because I think you said a certain percentage goes to the private forest accord, but then there was also the percentage that goes to the Conservation Recreation Fund. And I'm wondering about the outflow from the Conservation Recreation Fund, if it goes to some sort of general application under the accord, or if it only goes to those mitigation grants.
Okay, all right. Basically, in comparison with 2022, okay, the only difference in the tax rate is at PFA Conservation and Recreation Fund. Okay, all the other tax rates were the same from 2022. Okay, as far as how the funds for the Conservation Recreation Fund are dispersed, I am not really sure, because our responsibility at Department of Revenue is to estimate and collect $2.5 million based on what the estimated harvest will be. And so we're hoping to meet that target with the 1.04761 per MBF. Once we get that money collected, then we turn it over to Treasury and into that fund. After that, we don't know where the money goes. That's divided by Treasury and Department of Forestry. So I can't tell you exactly what the proportions of that money and how it's going to be dispersed.
Okay, thank you very much, Lester. And I see Mauricio has his hand up too.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Lester. So if we want to, I try to scribble numbers down. I'm sure I make some mistakes. If we want to read the same things that you're reading, where do we go? Sometimes we have people that ask, so what is the new tax with a private forest accord? Where can we find access to those numbers so we can report them correctly?
Okay, I could get you the bottom line. The bottom line numbers are on our website at DOR. However, the breakdown that I just gave you are not, but I could send you the spreadsheet that I'm reading off of. I could email that to you if that would be helpful, or someone, you could tell me where to send that email to, and it'll give you that breakdown.
Yeah, that'd be good. And maybe Heather would be the best person so we can actually all look at the same document.
Mhm.
Okay, who again?
Me.
Okay.
We talked, so you should have my email, Lester.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. All right. That covers the forest products harvest tax rates. I'll jump to the small tract forest land program. This program is application only to the county assessors, and upon harvest, the severance tax is paid in addition to the forest products harvest tax. So if a property owner under the small tract forest land harvests timber and he's under the STF program, he will get two returns. He will first get a forest products harvest tax return, and he will also get a small tract forest land return. The idea of the small tract forest land is to give the property owner a break on the actual valuation of his forest land. It's kind of like an 80-20 break, 80% break in the valuation, in hopes to make it up when he harvests the timber with the additional severance tax that will be collected at the time of the harvest. All right, the new small tract forest land rates for Western Oregon for 2023 this year is $6.70. In 2022, that was $6.51 per MBF. In Eastern Oregon, the 2023 rate is $5.20. And last year, 2022, it was $5.06. Are there any questions on the STF program?
I have a question because I keep thinking whether I'm framing this is correct or not. So I think that you're saying that the small tract option is a form of property tax and the revenues primarily go to the counties. Is that right? How does that money flow?
Okay, how the money flows is, all right, the taxpayer, once they're approved for a small tract forest land, they get an 80% break in the assessed value of their forest land value, okay? And so when they harvest that timber, they're gonna get, they pay out not only the forest products harvest tax portion of the tax, but they also get, pay the STF, at let's say Western Oregon, $6.70. They're going to pay $6.70 additional per board feet in taxes. Those taxes go back to the county to help them recover and recoup that 80%.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, with that, I'm going to give you a couple of meaningless statistics, but just thought you'd be interested in the proportion of returns. In 2022, we mailed out nearly 4,000 forest products harvest tax returns, 3988 to be exact. We mailed out 436 STF Western Oregon returns and 8 STF Eastern Oregon returns. And as of May 15th of 2023, our taxpayers have reported 2,956,000 board feet of volume being harvested. And this is about 800,000 MBF more than the 2021 harvest volume. All right, and basically the last thing I want to say or let you know is we too have been tracking legislative bills that affect the timber taxes. One of the bills that we've been tracking this year is House Bill 2087, which is the extension of the biennial forest products harvest taxes for the 2024 and 2025 calendar year. The last I know of it, the bill passed the Joint Ways and Means Committee with a due pass recommendation to the floor on June 7th. The other bill, which spoke of earlier, that we also are tracking is the House Bill 2161. This is to be engrossed. It clarifies the 2022 Private Forest Accord language. And the note I have on it, it provides a 25% increase in the certified stumpage value for those small woodland owners who are significantly disproportionately impacted by the rules adopted by the state forester under your ORS 527610 and 527770. And the last I saw, this bill passed the third House floor reading with a due pass recommendation. We're following some other bills, but they haven't made it out of committee yet, so I'm not going to mention those at this point. I'm going to open this up for your questions and be happy to answer any of them that you might have.
I guess my question, Lester, would be if you're able to share that spreadsheet or sort of summary, that sounds really helpful. And I'm just wondering if there might also be a diagram, or maybe OFIC already has one, or OFRE or Oswald. I don't know if someone's got a visual, but
okay. I wear cochlears, so I didn't quite get the question exactly. What was it?
oh, just what I said, I appreciate you sending the written summary. I think that was helpful to talk through, but I'm a visual person, and I was curious if there might also be sort of a when Wendy was asking about the flow of money and sort of how things came in and where they went, if there might be a diagram that's associated with the different tax sources and uses.
Yeah, I think we have a pie chart set up on that somewhere. It may have went away in the advent of our new website development. I don't know if Forestry went through that new website development that we did, but when they cleaned it up, that might have been one of the victims of it. So I will take a look at it and see what I can get you.
No pressure. Thanks for looking.
Yeah, Lester, we did go through the same cleanup, so yeah, we know how you're feeling.
Okay,
Lester,
so yes.
could you repeat the volume harvested associated with that 4,000 forest products harvest tax returns?
Sure. All right, we mailed out 4,000 returns, and the 2022 harvested volume. Okay, now we take the harvested volume from the actual tax returns that have been filed and processed. And remember, our this is the preliminary estimate right here because we're still processing timber tax returns. Our deadline for those returns is April the 15th. So this is as of May 15th, a month later. the volume that those returns have indicated that have been harvested is 2,956,900 MBF. And my further comment on that, that was about 800,000 MBF more than the 2021 harvest volume that we recorded.
I have
Okay.
another, oh, sorry. I have a
Go ahead.
question. Again, it might be another question that's not quite the right question for you with your specialty. But I'm trying to track like the funding for the private forest accord, right? And the legislation that added funding. And my memory of that is that there's a period of time where it's like at one level and then it bumps up to another level. And you had said when I was asking earlier that the funding of the private forest accord was the same in the prior year as in 2022, I think. But I was a
No.
little puzzled by that because since the private forest accord is a new thing, I thought that it worked was that along with the private forest accord legislation, there was an uptick in the taxation that was first phased in at one rate and then switched to another rate at a certain phase, like maybe the NEPA process of the HCP. So if you could just talk about the implementation of that and how that will start showing up on people's tax bills, that would be helpful.
Okay. The private forest accord, the $1 and 0.0461 will show up for the first time on the harvest taxes for the harvest is being done in 2023. So when the people get their tax bill in January of 2024, this will be the first time that the Conservation and Recreation Fund tax will show up on their tax bill. Okay, so this is year one. All right. Last year, it did not have the Conservation Fund on it, nor any prior years on it. This is year one of that program. Okay, and year one, so far, year one of that program, we were set to collect $2.5 million. Okay, because there has not been no incidental take permit filed yet. Now, if there is an incidental take permit filed in 2023 before the end of the year 2023, then that collection would raise to $5 million per year, and then stay at that until the 250 million cap is completed.
And could you mention again what that 250 million is?
The 250 million. Okay, the idea is that we would raise either the 2.5 million per year or 5 million per year, whichever the case may be. And the $250 million cap is once we have taken in $250 million, then that's it as far as that tax goes. That's the cap on that tax, unless legislature steps in and says, hey, we're going to extend this cap or whatever. So let's just take 50 million per year or 5 million per year. How many years is it going to take to meet that $250 million cap? So
yeah,
I know that with the PFA, our taxpayers, if they, the small tract landowners, if they sign up for that program, they're signing up for a 50-year period of which they cannot harvest within those no harvest boundaries. So that kind of tracks with what this $250 million cap goes with.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, so far I have one action item, well, I've got a couple of action items to get you the chart for these rates here, and see if I can find some fancy charts. I just got a note from Tony. She doesn't see any pie charts online anymore, so I don't know where they came from, but I'll try to find them and see if I could figure something out there. But I will get you these charts and email them to Heather.
All right, I'll give a moment for any other questions for follow-up. And I'd look around the room if I were there, but if anyone is in the room, they can just speak up. Seeing no further questions, I will just thank, oh wait, Maurizio.
Yeah, I have a quick question, and I know, Lester, thank you. I am scribbling down and trying to learn. I really appreciate you sharing with us. I am trying, this is a high-level question. I am trying to understand with the new legislation, how would that translate to an incentive to stewardship for the private landowner and acknowledge their roles they play, rather than another incentive of saying, because we're here to trying to prevent any forest land to be split down and sold. I think that's the ultimate goal, to really to preserve that. And I am thinking about this conservation and recreation tax and on the NBF harvested. And I am trying to get the big picture. Can I explain this one to other small landowners as a cost of stewardship, and or is that going to be another one of those the nudges choices of not managing this land, especially on the eastern side? They're not very profitable, and that's a generational commitment. So I'm trying to get the big picture here. So I appreciate what you're doing, and my role will be to communicate with other small landowners and into an incentive to further steward our land, rather than an incentive of other options on that.
Well, I think I might need some help from maybe Mike Kroon to fully answer your question, because I don't fully understand all of the incentive parts of it. What I do understand the private forest accord to be is to, if the small forest land owner adopts to go into this wider buffer area that the standard timber industry uses, rather than the small forest land buffer, then the incentive for them is that they would get paid. They would receive a tax credit for the value of the trees that are within that buffer, to not harvest them. And that a part of that was dealt with in the House Bill 2161, which provides an additional 25% increase in the stumpage value credit for the significantly disproportionate impacted. And what that exactly means, I don't know. That's under the state forestry rules. But that, in a nutshell, is about as far as I know what the credit means and the incentive for the tax owner, other than the pure conservation point of view of it.
Yeah.
But Mike, if you have any other comments.
That's pretty close to what it is. Yeah. So it's the conservation. So the conservation buffer, which is the buffer between the small forest landowner option and the standard. That's the conservation buffer that's mentioned. And 2161, yes, it does give you 125. So if you're disproportionately impacted, or found to be disproportionately impacted, then you get 125% of that conservation buffer, not just the 100% of the value of that conservation buffer. And that's what the change is in 2161, but that's held up in the legislature right now. And
I think you said that if the small landowners disproportionately impacted, the limit on the amount of amount of credits that there's a limit on of 5% in acreage in the watershed for those small landowners receiving those credits. And I think you said if the landowner is disproportionately impacted, that they're free of that 5% limit. Is that right, Mike?
That was part of the legislation. I haven't paid attention to it much, but I think it's still in there. So yes, that's just in the watershed within that parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was part of it. I'd have to go back and take a look now to see if that actually was still in the. It went through many iterations. I think there's a B now attached to that legislation. So.
All right. Again, looking around the room. Any hands up?
Good.
Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Thanks, Lester, and thanks, Tony, also for your work on this. We appreciate your appearing and briefing us on this.
Yeah, we appreciate being here. And, you know, if you guys ever have any tax questions, at least you know who to call.
Definitely. Thanks.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank
Bye.
you, Lester.
Bye.
Wendy, can I make one comment?
Yeah.
Just for to keep everyone updated. So the Oregon Forest Facts and Figures that OFRI puts out, we get those numbers from the Department of Revenue. And so, you know, Kayla, when you're asking about in charts and in different ways, there's some in the booklet, and then the Oregon Forest Facts website. We have more in depth, and you can look at a history of those taxes over time, and we have charts and things in there. So just to keep in mind that there are a lot of those are in the Forest Facts and Figures, and then we try and keep the historic records in there as well, because Department of Revenue is really good at collecting the funds, but they aren't wanting to help tell the story, which that's not their role.
Yeah. Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that.
Yeah, me too. Because for me, like, I'm trying to put together like the very simple narrative I have, which is sort of like the private forest accord is funded by an increase in the forest products harvest tax, and that is implemented in over time, and that they're like I was perhaps mixed up about there being a point when it increases, and then also the amount of it that goes into that conservation and recreation fund. Like, to a certain extent, I think that conservation and recreation fund is just a place that fund already existed, and they're kind of parking some assets in there. And then at that point, I'm getting very confused in my own narrative, as everyone else probably is. But it would be helpful to have a narrative, and it sounds like your materials might be a place to go for that, Julie.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a good conversation today to think about, you know, as the committee, maybe this is something that we can help prepare more information on, you know, where those specific funds are going, just to help landowners kind of get more of that story for following all the way through. And I think they'll start to see that when those programs like SFISH and others are being rolled out for landowners. Because those are all related as well. So that might just be something for our committee would be to keep in mind, you know, would be a great project to help landowners visually be able to see that.
Yep, it's helpful. I thought Mauricio's question was well framed, because I was thinking that it would be helpful to be able to say, so small forest land owners in this through the private forest accord is primarily funded, say, by this tax. That tax lands mainly on large forest land owners, and at the same time, the small forest land owners are receiving a number of valuable incentives and also this possible tax credit. So in terms of saying, and benefit incentives for better stewardship of your land and support of ODF through its staff for implementing that better stewardship. But some sort of narrative like that would be handy to be able to pass on. I want to ask if anyone in the room wants to join, because I'm here on Zoom, just kind of looking at Maurizio and Julie, and people in the room might have thoughts on this.
I have some thoughts along the lines of what Julie, what you were talking about, and the discussion here. You know, it might be helpful to have sort of a rundown on the entire forest products harvest tax and what it goes to, because you know, just noting when he did the rundown on it, some of it goes to the forest research, some of it goes to College of Forestry, some of it goes to Oregon Forest Resources Institute. Those are all aimed, you know, those all provide a lot of benefits, and it's a pretty small tax amount. but understanding where it goes and what it funds, maybe an update on that for, that could be a nice little, fact sheet. And then distinguishing that from property taxes that, like the severance tax that he was talking about, which only applies to the kind of minority of small woodland owners that apply for that small tract option. A lot of people get mixed up about that. Well, that goes back to the counties and just catches up on a deferred property tax, so to speak. So I know years ago when the tax laws changed about 20 years ago, we went on an education campaign to let everybody know how that worked. And now that the new forest practices rules are coming in, sounds like it's time for maybe an update, fact sheet about forest products harvest tax and really kind of some of the benefits and programs funded by that, as well as then kind of how your forest taxes work. That might be a good thing to do, especially since it's disappeared from the website. So, but at OSU and ODF and OFRI teamed up on that 20 years ago, and maybe it's time to do that again.
Yeah, I think there's some good information. Oswald did a tax series that several of us helped sponsor for small woodland owners with Cliff a few years ago. And so probably could pull some from that, but I think that's a good idea.
Piggybacking on what, I'm sorry, I'm Teresa, a member of the public. Piggybacking on what Glenn said, I think that could be super important since there's a narrative out there right now that, oh, money from the general fund is paying for OFRI. And that's not true. The tax does go to the treasury, but it's already spoken for OFRI. And I think that's a real misconception that's being leveraged against OFRI from things that happened in 2018 and all that. But I think it'd be awesome for folks to know where that money goes.
And actually feeling like you understand, because I think there's also a feeling out there, whether it's actual or not, that pretty much everything's just taken. You're spending more money to have more of your land not be your land. And that's, I think, anything to clarify what's really happening, where there are actually benefits that are actual benefits, as rather than being told their benefit. Oh, this benefits you is usually the narrative of something that's not actually benefiting you. And it's like a smoke screen. So I think putting something that could be actually really helpful information. And if it comes from extension and OFRI, I think it's also going to be heard in a more positive light. Not to say I don't love ODF, but I do think that at this point, that may be the way, and Oswald kind of being part of that as well, that may make it more, not so much more palatable, but more heard.
I definitely agree. Rick?
Yeah, thanks. The fact sheet would be great to update because there's also advocacy that goes on with those. And the first part of that is education. So, we want to be champions for the College of Forestry and research and all the other things that have a legislative end to it. But that first step is that education thing. So if we can help on that, that would be pretty awesome. And if it exists in the previous form, we could change the numbers.
Yeah.
We have our break coming up, but that really sounds like an interesting project. Maybe for our next meeting, people could bring existing versions of explanations of this. Like maybe we could before the meeting, look at like Julie's materials and look at other, 1 or 2 pager breakdowns that have explained the situation in the past. And we could look at it and sort of inform ourselves and think about how that could be turned into something that we think would be useful for small forest landowners. Any thoughts on that idea?
Sounds good to me.
Good, sure.
Get started getting the work done.
Well, we will, Heather, we can be in touch about working on that. And if Julie, if you would send like access to your materials, it's probably just on your website, but still be helpful if for people on the committee and in the room, if they could send leads to Heather on what might be useful for us to look at. We could think about teeing that up for our next meeting. We are at break time. Why don't we take, would a 5-minute break be okay?
Sure.
Okay, let's come back in 5 minutes and then we'll talk about the annual. Oh, actually, we have a longer break. We can have a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 10:15, okay? And that will put us right on time for discussing the annual report. Thanks all. Hello, everyone. It's 10:15. So I'm looking around your room.
Corners that end up getting.
We would
dominated by it.
some elder tree, but we
But
don't
once you have, you're gonna have
have a lot.
Amanda just arrived, so.
I'm over here.
Hi, oh, hi, Amanda. Nice to see you.
And wild cherry.
Prior to the fire, we had a neighbor down our way, done some load having Japanese tea for our property. And then. Prior to the fire.
Yes,
And then
yeah.
kind of
Oh, yeah. I was.
Drive the
of course,
fire.
it's been a long time. Yep.
above the gate, so now we're trying to figure out. Like, short of excavating yards and yards of.
Okay, Wendy, we're here. We're participating. People are coming back.
Good.
It's nice to see you. Now, I was wondering where Gary was, and like now I can, when he leans forward, I can see him.
I'm hiding here.
But it's funny how the camera's oriented and we can't see absolutely everyone. So again, since I unfortunately couldn't be there today, I hope that people will speak up if it seems like I'm ignoring you. It might be that I can't see your hand up. And also welcome to Amanda. I'm glad you could walk over from your other meeting and join us for this.
She just stepped out. She'll be right back.
Oh, she did? Okay.
Sorry, she was sitting right here, but she just popped out.
Right, well. So on the agenda, the next thing we have is going over the annual report, and that will consist, we'll do that in September because our meeting schedules have changed. So that will be a presentation of the report to the Board of Forestry. So they'll both be our finishing up the report, the draft of which was sent to you by Heather yesterday, and Kate and I've been working on. Thank you, Kate. And then also there'll be the component of the actual presentation, because usually the way we've done it before is like, then I kind of walk through the points in the annual report to the board, kind of summarizing our written report. But then I've thought it's been nice having members of the committee step forward to talk about their work on their forest land and so forth. So we can first walk through the written document, and I think I just go through it and people say what they think of it. And then at the end, I hope we can have a talk about if people are inspired to step forward and say, oh, I'd like to talk about to the Board of Forestry in September about this or that. I think we've talked in the past about maybe talking in those presentations in person about the small forest landowner role in avoided conversion, like Maritza was talking about earlier. And then also about the fact that the Board of Forestry and its forestry plan for Oregon is thinking about the different goals for management by small forest landowners. So I mentioned that as a little earworm, and we can think about the actual presentation after we go through the document. Any comments before we start on that? So Kate, thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
Okay. You're so good. I'm good. I'm going to, Eric has saved me.
Okay, I was just going to say, Kate, I really appreciate, because Kate and I worked on this together, this written document. So I'm going to try and take just type some notes as we go forward into the document. And Kate, if maybe, would you be up for doing that as well? Just taking some kind of detailed notes so we can make sure what people say gets integrated in the next draft.
Sure. Do you mind if I scoot over?
Players.
So with that, Heather, do you want to, maybe you could screen share, Heather, and put like just the first page of the annual report draft up so we can look at it? Or do people all have it in front of them?
Well, I'm printing copies. Mike's running up to go grab some right now.
Awesome.
Even so, but I'm more than happy to screen share as well if that's.
Why don't we screen share, but people just be pretty affirmative about talking up, because like it's hard to call on people. Kayla can help, of course, but when we're screen sharing, it's harder to see everyone, for me anyway. So page one, the top of page one, do people have thoughts about the top of say from the top of it down through the voting members list on the first page of the annual report?
Let's wait till we either get it on the screen or yeah, okay.
There we go. The beginning's pretty standard. Just summarizes sort of what's going on and states our voting members.
My only comment on page one was if we wanted to include a parentheses acronym for OSU, just to be consistent. Very minor.
Oh, I see what you're
Oh,
saying.
in the list, okay.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay. Easy to do that.
Should there be a change in the name for the industry representative?
Oh. Yeah, do we change the name for industry representative before this report or after? How do we highlight Mark's?
Because it's in the chair's introduction on page 2,
Yeah, okay.
the shift, because
Okay,
you were,
yeah.
you were with us all year, and this is our, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, thank you.
It is a little bit hard for me to hear the conversation in the room, so I'm going to count on you rather than slowing it down and making people do it slowly. If you, Kate, can just record that kind of comment, because I didn't actually hear it, but we can-
I just said that we actually had, Mark is listed as a voting member for this year, which made sense because it's this year's report. And Eric
true.
Eric's, the shift is listed in your chair's introduction. That was all.
All right, thanks. With that, couple short comments, let's flip down to the CFF 2022-23 ODF staff support, where we just extend thanks. Any comments there? I had asked the ODF staff if they could update the division names if necessary. I hadn't heard back. Are those division names correct?
Which page is that on, Wendy?
It's the bottom of
First page.
bottom of page 1, and when we're saying we thank you, which is sincerely thank you. That's our goal. So thank you. But I also want to thank you using the right name, and you've changed some of your names, and I'm not sure I've gotten them right.
For now, it's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Or at least over the last year, that was.
Do we reference a division org chart of a particular?
Which iteration?
Those are.
I would propose that we move to chair's introduction then. Do people have comments on that section?
I had just some minor suggestions about, in the second paragraph, sentence. We're similar, as the board considers the purpose and function of all its committees, we are similarly engaged in identifying how we can provide assistance to the board and ODF, and also to, I suggested deleting take and adding share information with the small landowner community across Oregon.
Yeah, nice. Okay.
Very minor.
Yeah. Okay.
And then,
Oh, go ahead.
well, my other question, just, I think this still fits in the chair. I appreciated the last paragraph around, including our newly adjunct or adjacent Forest Legacy and Stewardship Program Working Group. I guess we don't need to see the charter or its report, but I did wonder about, and maybe this is just maybe noting the moment of time we are in with Forest Legacy and the importance to the, or potential significance to the program with funding coming in. We don't have to do that, and I don't know if that fits here or if or they get a little blurb farther down. I don't know if other people are as excited about it as I am.
Or maybe it's just, this is Amanda, maybe it's just expanding on that last sentence where it says, and it's, the Forest Legacy Program and its opportunities for landowners, and maybe there's just another sentence added there that adds on to, what those opportunities are, perhaps. That
Sure.
might be a good way to do it.
Yeah, or even an end or a footnote saying, this is the allocation for Forest Legacy and in the next 5 years, we can have up to.
Keola, could I task you with just emailing Heather just a line that you think would be good there?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, footnote would probably be better.
Okay.
Because you could add more.
Yep.
Yeah, either one, good. Yeah. Thank you. And also just my note still stands that we have to get in touch with the group, and Heather and I had a little email about that, about who, making sure that we end up with some kind of report from that group. So we will follow up on that. that takes us to priority issues, scanning down. Comments? Heather, Mike, you know, like how we should refer to the office? I think it's gone under a couple names. Should we take out assistance or should we leave it in? The Small Forest Land Owner Assistance Office, I just want to refer to it the same way in all places in the document.
I think that's correct, the way
Yeah.
it is, Wendy. So, yeah.
SFOAO.
SFOAO.
Yeah, it just rolls off.
Yeah.
So you think it's correct with assistance in?
Correct. And that ties it back to the private forest accord as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
One just kind of technical note. Are we, do we have the availability or are we planning on having in the electronic version, each of these items linked to where when you click on it, it goes to the right page? Kind of like how the board packet works, because that might be good, especially if it's going to be included in a board packet or in, electronic material. If somebody's really interested, oh, I'm really interested in just the fire piece, they can click on it. Not a content thing, but we're just looking at it.
I don't quite understand. Are you saying like in this section of it, you would like to have a link that goes to the work down below that's described in the other section of the document?
Yeah, so where it's underlined in the bullets, somebody could click on it and then it would bring them to that specific section or the page where that is further expanded on.
Yeah, I tend to not do things like that because I don't know how, but in addition to, I guess to me, it's a pretty short document, like so it's not very far away to go to the main text.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll throw it out there that I could probably do that if we wanted to.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is short. It's not, it's not that difficult. But
Does that look okay to people? Because I'm not seeing any hands up that I'm not in a very good position to, so.
So Wendy, if I may, as I read the priorities, and maybe this is embedded in some of these, but it's becoming more and more evident that the future generations are crucial to all of these. And I wonder if and when and how we'd want to express that. Maybe it comes in the workforce part, maybe is in other places, but without younger generations to follow up on the work, it's a very much an aging in many places crowd.
And I think I totally
Kate put that in somewhere. Go ahead, Kate.
I put that in somewhere, I think, because you're totally right, Mauricio, and I wonder if it can be both a part of I think by the end, we're kind of starting to look at the 2023-2024 work plan moving ahead. And I think making sure it's there and it could be part of our presentation to the board because it's both a looking back and a looking ahead. And since workforce has been there, but it has been a through line, even from last year, talking with all the work you've done, Mauricio, with youth in Baker County and stuff. So yeah, I think it really is an important piece, especially also as we're looking at the struggles for small woodland owners to maintain their forest as forests and resist all of the pressures for land conversion because they are myriad right now and they are only getting worse.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we could
you.
include that in the climate change piece, tying it into the climate change and carbon plan. And the work that ODF is doing on climate smart forestry practices with the Oregon Government Commission. There's one of the key pieces on for climate and forests is reducing land conversion. And so tying that back into sort of succession planning for your property and the need to have folks educated or passionate or informed about what it means to have land passed down to you, or what it means to make sure that sort of adequately thought of, you know, as a small woodland owner, that there could be a piece in there where it could fit in, maybe in both sections.
I agree with your comments and haven't quite thought about how to work that in. Maybe that's something that we could do as a general comment, just try and work in the theme, like where it seems right in rereading the whole thing when we edit it.
Yeah, and maybe Kate said it well, maybe isn't it moving forward in 2023. I think in general, though, it's something that we see everywhere and all the time. And you know, when we have meetings, the average age of people are, you know, gray hair, average age type of deal. So some way, somehow, as a mission or as one of the evident goals while we're trying to move forward, should really be engaging, outreach and engaging to younger participations and making meaningful for them. I mean, there's no gimmicks here. If they're not interested, they're not there. Maybe we need to develop a new video game.
Okay, I'm making some notes on that, and I think that those are good comments. And again, we can work in those ideas in places they seem appropriate, probably more efficiently than to try and define specific language right now, if that's okay with people.
Yeah.
So Wendy, I've got two more things. I don't know if we're sort of jumping all over the place as far as the specific sections, but I wanted to see if there was going to be anything included in the private forest accord for the work that was done on the disproportionate impact to small landowners. And maybe it's in there somewhere and I've missed it.
I would be surprised if that wasn't mentioned somewhere.
Top of page 3.
Someone else you met now. Oh, right, yeah.
The bullet, but I don't know that it's in the sort of it's narrative description.
Yeah, it's not at all in the narrative.
And I think we could, the narrative does describe a lot of what we've heard. If we wanted to keep this, you know, if we're trying to keep the same length, we could maybe shorten the description of what, you know, how we've received in updates from ODF and instead focus on how we've discussed and provided suggestions for impact.
Because I think that's a big piece.
Yep.
Group. So
Maybe we can add, let's see, I'm thinking where's the best point to put that? Under private forest accord. Maybe we could add a short paragraph after the first paragraph, just saying it, you know, a topic of specific interest is disproportionate impact that directly affects us. We've been following the proposed changes, discussed it with Ben Darmling, and are interested in by the time we present this, it will be legislation that is passed. Does someone want to volunteer to maybe write a little paragraph that can go in there about disproportionate impact? If people think that's a good approach. I can write a little paragraph if people like the idea, but I want to check around the room first.
Well, and Wendy, I have a question. Once we get all of these pieces and parts, is it back to you and I to do more work with the final editing of all of this? Because then you and I can work on it too. Unless other people are emailing pieces to Heather who can help us insert them. And that's a question. I don't have to help edit it more, but I'm happy to.
I would love it if you would, especially because I'm going on vacation. I'm only going away for a week. But no, I hadn't really said that. Thanks for making it clear. I was thinking that we get comments now, and then maybe if you're up for it, which you've said you are, you and I work to come up with a new draft, and then we provide that with Heather, and then she can send it out to the group to see if people like the way we've tweaked it.
Yeah, and I'm assuming, you know, Rick Zen, he's in the hallway, he must have a conflict right now, but I'd imagine that Oswa could help as an ex officio member in drafting some of that language, because they were more involved in lobbying on House Bill 2161, et cetera. So I don't know if I've missed.
We didn't really hear much about it all as a committee, other than
Yeah.
knowing that was continuing to move forward.
Yeah, and I don't know, and I've missed some of the meetings recently, so I don't know if there was any support that came out of this body for, that specific bill or anything.
2161.
Yeah, I don't think the committee itself acted, except that we talked to Ben about it when he was with us,
Okay.
joining the committee. We did provide input to Ben, so that's something I think we should say if we're going to discuss it in this little paragraph. Just to ask the group, like, if people would just say the things they would like to see in a little paragraph on this topic of disproportionate impact. If we don't hear specific input, Kate and I will do our best to just note that we provided input to Ben, and it's an important topic to us, and that we're following the development of the legislation, and will continue to be an issue of importance to us going forward, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, one of my suggestions is, and again, I'm not super engaged in this conversation, but just recognizing that small woodland owners have a lot of the important water bodies associated with, with fish and conservation of fish and amphibians, which is, why the PFA exists. And so because they're in the lower lands where you have more confluences of rivers that are going into fish and SSBT. So because of that, there is a disproportionate impact on those small woodland owners. And so there was a analysis done to kind of try to reckon with that. And basically, again, I haven't been here, so I don't know what the sentiment was from the group. If there was a sentiment of support for that work and recognition that exists, or just even saying something to that extent, that this body was supportive of the work by the board to.
It was part of our initial response to reading the draft rules, was highlighting that was going to be a big deal. So,
so something to that extent.
There's a sense that it's not a large number of people. I think the sense of most small woodland owners is it's a bigger deal.
Yeah, so I don't think it has to be super long and drawn out, but just a recognition that this group identified that as a need and provided some feedback to the board on their efforts.
Like that, and I'm writing it down, Amanda.
I do have one other question, if we're done with that piece. Nobody else had any other comments. So the one other question that I had, and again, maybe I'm missing it, but under, I don't know if it would be under wildland urban interface or under fire, but this group engaged significantly on the small landowner grant program out of Senate Bill 762, which spanned the.
Is that this year or last year?
Well, it spanned the biennium.
Okay.
So, so I don't know if there was anything we wanted to say in this report from it, seeing as lots of other sections cover, last report, you heard this or that or the other thing. And because that was a biennium, project, if we wanted to cover that at all here.
And actually it is, Wendy had noted it at the bottom of the page, or at that small paragraph on fire. The small Forestland grant program cycle of 2022 is considered useful. Yeah, would we like to know something? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put that in paragraphs because I was hoping for more information, like more input from you all about that. So in that, under that fire section, I thought that felt kind of incomplete. So I can add a note, like, good point. I think I deleted the language about participation by members of this committee in that grant program, but you point out it's still relevant. I will add that back in. Thank you to the people who did that. It was a couple, like Kate and who
Gary.
else? Yeah, yeah.
And I mention it because it's so pertinent because, you know, with budget conversations, there's gonna be, you know, hopefully some more money coming into that program, although probably not at the same level it was before, but just the importance of it and recognizing that it was a useful tool for the entirety of the land ownership that is represented by this group or is supposed to be represented by this committee for the board.
Yeah, what I wrote is put in there now is that it's just something kind of bland, but that the grant program cycle of 2022 is considered useful. And then I put in parentheses, they didn't want to speak for you all without checking in. But then put the CF asking whether the CFF would like to note that this program could be usefully extended. So would people be okay with my including that language of taking it out of the brackets and saying that we think that it is a useful program?
Yeah, and useful is a good word, but do we want to say something more like welcome support after the 2020 fires? I feel like it was more.
Yeah, and that's way better. Like I said. Yeah.
And that another, you know, and the ongoing support for this program would be utilized. I feel like we have spent a good amount of time.
Yeah, well, and we have data on how much of that, you know, how much of it was expended, you know, I think maybe even acres treated perhaps.
Actually, I got a meeting this afternoon to find out all that.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a report, and so having some of those numbers and how it was used or how many people couldn't get the money because there was more people that applied than money was available. I think that's all useful information.
So one suggestion to your report, I think I'd call out Senate Bill 762 rather than place it straight under fire.
Okay.
I don't know if you'd want a separate section.
Fire recovery, SB
Yeah.
762 fire recovery maybe.
Yeah. Fire is kind of a ambiguous term.
Mhm.
I think that actually call out as Senate Bill 762, fire recovery support might catch the eye of some people.
Yeah, wildfire mitigate. I mean, that stuff was all mitigation grants,
Yeah.
but there were other pieces of Senate Bill 762
right.
that were more about recovery.
Well, in the same space, you could just call it fire and fire recovery.
Mhm.
And
then call it.
and I would definitely say SB 762 provided much needed support for small family forest owners. And wherever it's appropriate, it definitely continued support is needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or however, you know, because it'll stay on our agenda, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I will ask, I mean, I think it's pretty standard practice to colloquially call it Senate Bill 762, but it is in statute. So if we want to reference the ORS, obviously all of that went into statute. I know I've been trying to do that.
You know what it is off the top?
I don't off the top of my head. No, I mean, I could probably find it pretty easily, but it's pretty easy to find that stuff, but just because it isn't just a Senate bill, it's statute, you know.
Yeah.
Did that end up in the protection statute or 477?
I think it's in 477.
Okay.
Yeah. I just looked at it for the 20-year plan stuff and it's
Okay.
in a very similar location. So
What was the site again? The number?
477 is the fire, it's the protection law, I guess is the best way
Is
to
it
put it.
or like ORS?
Or ORS 477.
yeah,
Okay. Thank you for that. Good idea. I've taken some notes on that. Did you have anything else, Amanda, as long as you're kind of giving your highlights here?
I think that's it for now. I'll let others talk.
Because I think in terms of just going through, we had pretty much gone through private forest accord. And that if that's okay to move on, we would be then looking specifically at the paragraph on technical assistance.
Yeah, are there really an increased number of stewardship foresters, or is there so much? Because we keep hearing about all the movement around of people, that hasn't felt as much like there are more
So we added 12 small forest land SFO foresters, and 6 stewardship foresters.
Let's add the addition of 12 stewardship foresters and 6 stewardship. I mean, I think that's.
Yeah. So 6 and or 12 and 6. Then
Is that a doubling or we could also talk about it as
Uh,
an increase, but
good.
it's more useful.
before that we had, I think, 52 stewardship foresters across the state
Okay.
prior to PFA.
So,
So
and that's like across the state.
Right.
Okay. And is that positions or actually hires?
That's position and hired.
Okay.
With maybe there may be one SFO that hasn't hired yet because we're having trouble getting people who want to. I think put in for like Coos Bay or.
I think then that is suggesting that we can leave in the statement about the increased number of stewardship foresters.
And if it still doesn't feel like enough, I mean, I think we did the math on what would be needed and it was higher than that.
We asked for 25.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
That's what was politically.
Then the stewardship foresters are a different division. That's why they're not on the org chart.
Nope, they're so the stewardship foresters are in the field, so they're on their own org chart, not on the districts. So
Okay, but they're not in this org chart.
so the stewardship foresters, they fall under, well, the other half, Nick kind of inside the division. So field support is ones that really show up. And then, yeah, actually field support is where they.
Right. No, I'm just saying they're not on this org chart because there's not 60 more.
No, there, if you were to get the districts.
District, yeah.
Org chart that show up there. Yeah, we try and keep the field positions in the field as much as we can, rather than say operational positions go out.
Heather, if you could flip down a little bit lower, I wanted to ask for some input at the end of technical assistance. Because we had talked, this group, about what kinds of templates or forms would be helpful to people in just, managing their land consistent with existing and new laws. And so I put in about templates of management plans, program applications, and simpler example documents as a way of my thinking about it, but you all are more familiar with this, and I want to see if you have thoughts about that last sentence.
Because there is a template for management plans that, with OSU and that a whole group of people put together that you can access through through an OSU link that works with all of the different agencies you might need to be applying to. So I'm trying to remember the vast number of logos that's on the page of it that I have, because we've saved it for the top of the opening page of our management plans. So there actually is it, and there's been one for a while. It's kind of a united.
Yeah, they call it used to call it the uniform
template.
plan template, but actually the comment here that Wendy, I think you put in was example documents. I think it would be really useful. I don't know if we need to get in the weeds on it, but to actually have some examples, because that template is still rather daunting. That we struggle with that all the time. It's got so many different elements. And just to show, hey, here's an example of a 10-pager that does it. Because people who really use that template and go all out, they got a 50-page binder that
I know.
gets bigger and bigger, which is great, but it's not for everyone. So anyway, that would be something to aspire to. The 10-page management plan. An example of such based on the template, but showing you don't have to write a book about every.
Right.
So I know there's many out there, but I put one. This is Maurizio from a tree farm system. I put a link in the chat. They have a template and a couple of examples of a management plan from a tree farm system organization.
Oh, from OTFS?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one version of that.
Yeah, that's one version. Yeah.
It's under the template. Yeah.
Can you capture that, Heather? If Maurizio put it in the chat. Thank you.
So it sounds to me like I changed it to templates, et cetera, and example documents are of great use to landowners to sort of recognize that there's some that are existing. And it was making clear that that would be a good thing to build out as new things are added.
I think, and I don't know if this is too far in the weeds, that when we've talked about like the new incentives and the PFA rules, like we've also talked about like, can we see a visual, and Oprah maybe is already ahead of it, but like, what does it look like on the ground and what does that mean for your, like a case study on? It's not a template, but like, here's the map on one piece of land and what changed based on new, if it's steep slopes or riparian, how does that affect your management plan, your economics? Is that too far? You guys are like, no.
And that's,
It sounds like the advanced.
Like just how to.
yeah, because management plans are a little broader than that.
Yeah, no, I
A
know.
written plan
Yeah.
would be an interesting one, probably for assistance for people that have steep slopes or needing to do their road assessments, or, I mean, all the stuff you were talking about at our last board meeting, or your streams. Those are different plans.
Yeah.
That are related to filing a notification. That's a different thing from having a management plan that's a 5 to 10 year out objectives for your land.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the filled out example of a template and wanting,
Mhm.
like, this is what it looks like on the ground. That's.
Well, no, but both of those could be really helpful, I think.
Yeah, and the difference with the management plan, which is nice, I know it's a daunting document, but what's nice about having a management plan is that puts you in the queue, so to speak, for any of the incentive programs that come down the line. So you're, I want to say you're bumped up to the beginning, but I think that's.
Or you're a step ahead, yeah.
Because it shows commitment from the landowners.
Right.
I think I've gotten a couple points to add here specifically, and I think that probably, although it's a good discussion people are having, probably putting a lot of that detail into this particular document doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Maybe we can remember that as something that we're interested in and can work on going forward. And I added a couple little tweaks to the current language based on what you all were saying. Thinking of timing, I think maybe we should move to the wildland urban interface and fire parts, if that's okay with people. We already changed fire, I think, so to a certain extent. We might be okay with WUI and fire. I typed in some changes in fire based on when the conversation we had about Senate Bill 762. And then under wildland urban interfaces, one of the mentions of aging landowner cohort, and as we said, we'll add some more references to that issue when we do the next turn of the document. If people are okay, we could move down to seedling
Yeah, it's
availability.
okay with me. Okay with me.
Mhm.
Hey, Wendy, for the WUI conversation, I mean, it talks about here, that we spent less time on this due to the change in ODF approach.
Mhm.
I don't know that I would categorize it as ODF's approach. I mean, the fact is that the governor's office repealed the maps that were developed. And, now we'll wait to see what happens with session, but, revised maps are gonna come out. So, I guess
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know that I would categorize it as ODF's approach, is why we didn't spend as much time on it.
Yeah, so maybe just say due to the revision of the mapping system and risk categories.
Due to the repeal, I mean, they got repealed.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about what CFF did, we spent some time, if you remember, also helping shape some of the grants that went out.
Yep.
Around, the fire mitigation and some of that funding. So it almost feels weird to say we didn't spend as much time. We just spent it in a different way than maybe we had. And then not maybe get into the mess of the mapping, because that didn't affect as much of what we were doing. But we did, if you remember, gave Alex a lot of input when he was setting up the grant program around fire mitigation.
Yeah, what if we just, like, the CFF members and many small forest owners are located in the WUI, and then just strike that second sentence and, the CFF remains committed to, working on, I think we have some of the rights, it was just cutting out it sounds
Yeah.
like we're walking back our interest or the importance of welfare, and I don't think that's.
Well, you might just change that sentence and make the point that the whole wildfire risk mapping and pending
Look forward
Not put
to
on
it.
hold
Yes.
or, yeah.
the pending laws that are a major concern and a major, you know.
Of major interest.
Major importance to our family forest owners. That would be that sentence, and then you say, so we're committed to remaining informed, et cetera.
Mhm.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, that was,
That is a big thing that we wanted to talk about, but we
Right.
put it on.
Right.
But we
hold because
couldn't.
We could take any action until kind of got through some of that.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, because I'd imagine that this group is gonna re-engage, you know, depending on what happens in session, depending on what new maps look like, how they're categorized, if there's any change to appeal processes or anything like that. I just, you know.
Yeah.
I just wasn't comfortable with the language in there of, you know, due to the ODF approach, because ODF really had no say in the matter.
Yep, that's a good point. I think I was trying to finesse it, but I think clarity is better.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing
It's
that
not
out.
gonna comment.
Yeah.
You could also say due to the OSQ risk maps, you know.
That takes us to seedling, and I think we're pushing a little bit into our next agenda item, which is, I don't have the agenda right in front of me right now, but I think it was Ben's presentation, but he is not here. So maybe we can go a little long on this, and then in the Board of Forestry Ben part, we can talk about the federal conservation easement program. But this is important, so let's just keep going through the report. Seedling availability is something that Glenn, you might know, and Mark, others want to say if they have comments on this.
Can I make one comment with the change there? So the position we had was a limited duration position that goes away in June.
Oh,
So just,
Yeah,
you know,
that was my only, well, my main question was this seedling coordinator, which was Astria,
Mhm.
right? And I see
Right.
that on the chart, she's no longer the seedling coordinator. So that's, I mean, it's important that we have that program, and I think it's a question for the future of how we're gonna keep working on it with ODF. So, but that seems like it needs changing.
and I would express that here.
Yeah.
so
Did you catch that one?
I was gonna say, I like what you're saying, but I'm trying to like write down like something like acknowledgement that the seeding coordinator position was terminated, but we feel the program is important. Could someone say a better version of that, and I'll
You
write
could
it down?
You could say the Small Forest Owner Assistance Office did include a limited duration seedling coordinator, which the CFF would like to see made a permanent position. This has been a top priority for the committee for
Yeah, or provided
a decade,
a function that's important to continue. however you
right?
want to
Yeah,
say it.
however you want to say that. Do we want to say permanent position or function?
Well,
that?
I don't know about delegating how ODF is going to staff it, but if that function needs to continue.
Ongoing support, yeah.
I think the function and support, I think you can say is something that's needed.
Leadership in there somehow.
I mean, I think it's perfectly fine for this body to advise the board on policy issues, given that the board is a policy board. And so I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that this committee would like to see that be adopted as a, you know, that there be a permanent position be created for that limited duration. I mean, I think that that's appropriate.
And so for those who are tracking the policy option packages we put in, that was one of the requests. Just
Mhm.
for the governor's budget. So
I think to me, like, what Carol said, and then, what Amanda just said makes sense to me. So, I will just pause for a moment because to me, that sounds like the committee is supportive of those things, but if people want to speak up and have another point of view, I want to make sure we take a moment for that before I put it in this report. Hearing silence, I'm going to think that's an okay. That we,
Yes.
in the report, that the small family fall forest land owner assistance program included a limited duration seedling coordinator the CFF would like to see permanent support in this area, including a permanent position. Something like that. Maybe we'll write it a little more neat. Okay.
And can we also, sorry to micro edit Wendy, but with the last sentence, the CFF recognizes the critical ongoing need for a reliable supply of seedlings and appropriate species. Can we say the CFF wants to elevate the critical ongoing need for a reliable supply of seedlings and appropriate species and price range that is, prioritizes small landowner access? Can we strengthen that a little bit?
I like that. Could you, if others think that's good, I'll pause for a minute, but I was going to ask Keola just to email that sentence.
Sure. I'm sorry. I should have just signed into the Zoom so I could chat it, but I can text or email Heather. Yeah.
You said it very clearly and I didn't write it all down.
Can
But
I
if
say
you
it to you
email
again,
it, that'd be
Heather?
great.
That last sentence, the CFF wants to elevate the critical ongoing need for a reliable supply, viable, instead of viable, that maybe say that prioritizes access for small landowners.
I wrote down a mushy version of that, but if you email it, I'll make it better. Okay. Workforce? Workforce issues section?
Yeah, I mean, Wendy, in this piece, our last report supported some of the work that AOL was doing on this topic. And so the department did have a policy option package that included a workforce development coordinator that didn't get picked up by the governor's recommended budget. And then some of the other pieces, that AOL tried to work on related to a new work group associated with, forest operators and thinking about demographic studies and economic impact studies. And we actually, meeting I came from this morning, we talked about that again, and how if we don't have metrics for something, it's really hard to manage something, right? And so those are all really challenging. So I don't know if we want to just say something in here about how the committee has been supportive of positions and policies that would create new programming to deal with this issue, and would continue to support that where appropriate. I don't think we need to get super detailed, but maybe something to that end might be helpful as a report to the board, for them to recognize that this committee still is supportive of those things that the board is supportive of, or would like to see them to continue to support those policies and program development ideas.
Do we want to just, in that last sentence, then maybe something like, there is a need for ODF to continue or to focus on recruiting and retaining new people and supporting workforce development, or is that more specific needs to be?
I think that could be read as ODF only cares about hiring new foresters for ODF, which is important too.
Yeah, that's not the same thing as trying to.
Yeah. So,
but the coordinator, would the coordinator have worked with ODF within ODF to build that program, or was it more in partnership with like OSU? What was the vision for?
Yeah, I mean, the PD talked about kind of in all hands approach. So really thinking not only about the workforce needs to get the job done on the land from the contractor side, whether that be restoration contractors, forest reforestation, firefighting, and logging, but also the needs of the department to recruit and retain high quality forestry professionals. So it would have been kind of in general, and working with partners like OSU, AOL, and others engaged in that space, SNW and PNC, et cetera. But
I was thinking of just adding at the end that the committee has been supportive of policies that would create new programming to deal with this issue. That seems to me like a summary that might work.
That sounds good. Rick also just had his hand up.
Okay, sorry, Rick.
Yeah, I think and sorry, I had to step out for a call, but I think this one really is depending on partnerships. And this committee cannot do this alone, and ODF has same challenges, but we've got to work with partners, whether it's AOL or OSU or the high school
And OFRI.
program, local programs.
Yeah.
So I would kind of put working with partners up at the top rather than kind of the afterthought at the bottom. And that also includes business partners.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy, I'm happy to draft up some additional language or spend some more time with this specific paragraph and shoot something over to, yeah.
That would be handy if you like include like the thought that you had about our past support of policies for workforce development, and then include Rick's thought about the importance of partners. If you could do that, that'd be great.
Yep, sounds good.
I just want to note that sending the information to Heather, Heather, that thanks for taking, I know it's a little awkward that then you will be receiving all sorts of pings. Thank you for receiving those. But then if you pass them on just to me and Kate, we'll do the actual incorporation. So it sounds like an awful lot of work to get all these bits of language in, but Kate and I will do the actual incorporation.
Thank you all.
Then we pop down to Eastern Oregon, specific needs.
I guess I could jump here and say one thing. I like what we have here. It's still not clear to me the distribution of the new hire from the forester, and I know that we heard from Mike. We have 12 new forester position. We have double the number of ODF, and I wonder if there is a geographical vision of that or a map, and see how would that be adequately support the much larger territory in Eastern Oregon. I mean, that would be, I don't know if it needs to be in here, but it'll be yeah, that's a question that I have about specific needs as they relate to the new private forest accord and the small office.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did we share the SFO map with this group? The SFO forester map? I'm trying to remember, I shared it with Steve. Okay.
Sounds like you're ahead of us.
I think maybe, but it was a while ago.
Okay.
As far as what the projection was, there might have been I think there was an org chart.
Where the areas are actually on physically on the Oregon map. The names, okay.
In terms of specific drafting here, Mauricio, I'll work on some language that covers your point you just made about the specific need for Eastern Oregon stewardship foresters.
Yeah, an example I can make is with the legislation on the fire, for example, addressing the fire. Some of that is felt on the ground. I mean, you can feel there are efforts and follow up and whatnot. And the same thing, it would be great to feel on the ground the additional support to direct and support stewardship of small landowners.
Yeah. Forestry plan for Oregon comments?
Okay. After yesterday, maybe we should make some.
Well, first, isn't the forestry program for Oregon?
Oh, did I write it down wrong?
I thought it was a forestry plan. Is it the forestry program?
It's called the program.
It's a program. Okay.
That's what it used to be.
It feels like it should be called the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm changing that now.
Yeah.
We can ask Ben, what are they gonna call it this time?
Well, they are having those conversations.
This conversation.
I got the acronym right.
Yes, you did.
Okay, thoughts on this?
I feel like, well, I was in the meeting yesterday, so this might be, overly wordsmithing after being there. Others were there as well. I think Rick and Amanda for sure were, but there was a lot of comment around, what does it mean to integrate the forestry plan for Oregon within the agency and with other agencies, I feel like. And I wonder if we might try to sort of echo some of the questions around that based on how, I think the reorganization the agency has done around trying to, it's not private and public or fire, it's all sort of more, I'm not sure how to describe, but I think it is a more integrated approach, trying to bring staff and programs together and see those, forests are a third of the state and wildfire doesn't see boundaries. So is there a way to sort of describe that CFF is, appreciative of the, revision for the forestry program for Oregon and the efforts to integrate the agency, as well as, I think one of the big points of discussion was around sort of the regulatory requirements of ODF versus the regulatory requirements of DEQ versus, and that those are very separate things, which is true, but they're also all affect, land management affects all of them. And so I think if the committee agrees, I personally see the need to at least acknowledge and integrate those efforts in our communication. Not that it changes the regulatory responsibility for anyone, but that that integration and that work that ODF is doing to work with other agencies, as well as within itself to sort of streamline those things, I think benefits landowners. So I don't know a nice way to say that, but after hearing the discussion yesterday, it felt like echoing that support for that effort, which I think is a challenge. I mean, bringing that together is not easy, and that's something the agencies have done in the state level. In general, they haven't worked together in this way. So I think it's all sort of new. Is that something we want to say, I guess, is a question. And if so, it seems like this could be a place to, I think we've talked about it quite a bit. We've had folks from other agencies present. I don't know. Kate, go ahead. Sorry.
And my question is, how much of this part is the looking back,
right?
But how much of saying that fits into, because I'm guessing our next bit under that, it says 2022, 2023 work plan, but I'm guessing it's really 23, 24.
Good point. Yeah.
Are looking forward, and it's like that would be a great place to reiterate that sort of all of the, along with our, the outreach thing that Maurizio talked about earlier, and then that on all those ongoing pressures on especially on family forest landowners, and how do we support them in that delicate dance of avoiding land conversion?
Yeah, making it really easy. Yeah,
because
portable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Kate. I think in this section, maybe we change the tone a little bit to be more like the committee is aware of the work that the board is doing to update the forestry program for Oregon, and would like to be engaged in that process. And and so maybe there's something more along that line, and then incorporating some of this forward-looking stuff into the paragraphs below on the work plan for the next year, and identifying some of those opportunities to engage. I mean, because there's lots of different ways. I mean, right now, the forestry program for Oregon, there's a lot of conversation around climate change, right? And climate smart forestry and concepts for that. Well, what does that look like for a small forest landowner compared to a large industrial landowner, compared to state lands, compared to federal lands, right? I mean, each one of those landowners is going to be thought about a little bit differently in that concept. And so getting the input from this committee would probably bode really well for the work that the board is doing in that space. Cause for what it's worth, I don't represent this, the folks that are represented on this committee. I mean, I do, in that a lot of my members have small woodlands, but this group is often left out of those conversations, or not thought of in the same way as many of those other stakeholders. So I think it'd be really good to highlight that.
Because actually, Kayla, if you wanted to write up your thought on that integration piece, and yet again, to Heather, Wendy and I could look at that as we start putting together sort of those pieces looking forward. And then once we have this done, this can kind of inform that, especially that part of it can inform some of our presentation to the board as well. So that it's both that retrospective and that looking ahead of, okay, here's how let us help you next year here are things that that are important to the health of Oregon's forests and to moving that forward.
That all sounds good to me. Thanks, Kate. Good summation. I have some thoughts that I've written into my text. And if people want to send in contributions, I think it was Carola or maybe Amanda, that would be great.
And are we allowed to, I've always, could Amanda and I like work on that together here and then send it to Heather jointly, or is it better for us to work separately and send it to Heather?
I think technically, if
separately.
we are being assigned by the committee to work on something, then we would have to do that in the public.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think
During the lunch.
independently to, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. I'll I mean, yeah.
We are then in our last paragraph, which is good because it's like we're 15 minutes over. But last paragraph comments.
Very sensitive.
Nope. Thank you for getting through this. Group editing's not easy.
I'm hitting save on my notes and we'll receive contributions from many of you. Thank you so much. And Kate, again, thank you so much for contributing, and Heather as well for collecting the input. I had mentioned maybe doing brainstorming about the actual presentation, but I'm taking a peek at our agenda and this is a thought I have. Maybe we should go straight into what was the Board of Forestry update section, and we could talk now about that federal conservation easement program. And then maybe the discussion of the actual presentation could take place after lunch. Although Maritza has to leave, that's unfortunate. I have to leave, but I think usually in that presentation, unless people want to change it, I just like walk through some talking points on the written report. And the presentation from members of the committee, usually I have nothing to do with. I have to leave at 11:30 or noon. What would people like to do in terms of when we should brainstorm the presentation and when we should talk about that federal conservation easement program?
And when is our next meeting? And how does that relate to when we're doing the presentation to the Board of Forestry? Because are those two different things?
Yeah, great question. Like, because, yeah,
They are two different.
Okay.
they're two different things for sure. And if we had our meeting before the Board of Forestry meeting,
Yeah.
we could do the brainstorming then.
Yes.
That sounds
Yeah, I'm
good.
trying to, I think we placed it after the Board of Forestry, so.
Oh,
When is the Board of Forestry meeting? I know it somewhere, but
I think I have.
I don't have it on my personal calendar.
Yeah, September is September 6th and 7th
Okay.
for the Board of Forestry.
and when are we meeting? We're meeting after that in any event, right? So,
Set to meet after that, yes.
Scheduled for September 14th.
Yeah.
maybe I have this idea, maybe at 11:30, we could have lunch and brainstorming about the presentation. Then we'd have a half hour with me and Maurizio on before we have to jump off. Would that be okay with people?
Sure.
Sounds great.
Then thanks for working on this written thing. Like we'll 11, 8, and 19, we can jump over to back to Mike and talk about anything this Board of Forestry update related, and then about that federal conservation easement program.
Just one announcement I want to make that Heather brought up was we'd asked the S-Fish coordinator, Josh had asked about folks helping with, trying to think of what the request was now. Maybe Heather will pull it up here.
Road condition assessment.
Yes.
Well, that one he wanted to say thank you for. But if you want to just read a little blurb.
He was asking for, looking at, the S-Fish program is looking to form a grant review committee to help ODF make decision on the S-Fish grant awards. And the proposed S-Fish review team will consist of 5 members. 2 members will be agency staff, 2 small forest landowner, implementation of support tracking mental health. And program manager and 2 members of the existing agency advisory committees. One from ODF's Committee for Family Forestlands. So 1 individual from this committee, and then 1 from ODF and W's Fish.
So you're looking for 1 advisor from this committee to help support the grant program administration.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that, that means like helping review the grants and rank them?
Yep. So, and I don't know when he needs that by.
Just ASAP,
Okay.
pretty much.
So if anyone's interested, let Heather know she can get it to Josh. Okay, and I don't have any updates from the Board of Forestry meeting. I think the first day was taken up with most state boards, I think, issues, well, or not issues, I should say, with their habitat conservation plan discussions around that, so. But I think part of it too, I was listening in on that. I think folks were getting the 2 ACPs confused within that discussion as well. So I'm not sure if I could pull the comments apart in that meeting itself. So, but that's the only thing I picked up, at least on. I was only able to listen to the first day of the Board of Forestry meeting. I wasn't able to tune in yesterday on that.
Were you all there for the first day? Do you have any highlights from?
I don't know about the second day. I wasn't part of that.
Yeah, HCP had a lot of testimony, much more than they
Wasn't on the agenda.
anticipated. They started the meeting at early at 8, but there was a lot of folks with banners and most of the testimony was, they had 2 minutes. But a lot of people got a chance to go on the record with their opinions on the state forest HCP. There was a talk about the forestry program and their effort to revise that, and the climate is a big part of that, but also having participation from all the sectors. And then yesterday they spent a lot of time working on governance and trying to clarify what the governor's appointment means for members. And one of the issues that may relate to us is board members having conversations with staff, employees, and making requests. And so is it coming from the board? Is it coming from it? And staff needs clarity on who can.
I'm trying to differentiate between, a real request for a decision versus nice to know versus, because it feels like right now everything's taken as a clear direction from the board and the request, and that makes it very hard to meet those.
Yeah, and so for us, that probably, we ought to be thinking about that too.
Yeah.
Is that tell somebody to do this or ask somebody to do this, and do we really have that authority? And we have more, and certainly with the Board of Forestry, they have more clout than they realize. People listen to what they say and what they ask and that sort of thing. So they're working on a new governance document that is pretty specific and has a lot of language in there about their authority. And it's going to be a good thing, but it's going to require some discipline to stick to it.
Yeah, the other piece that was covered that is pertinent to this group is Forest Protection Association budgets and landowner assessments, as well as there was some folks who had appealed their landowner, their land classification or something for how assessments are done and taxation. So so they had to go through kind of those appeals and and letters that had been written about that. And then, there was quite a few letters, and there's a lot of agreement around just concerns with landowner assessments and forest protection budgets and what that's going to do, especially in areas of the state that have lower value timber, and conversations around land conversion. And so that is, pretty pertinent to the small landowner community, because that's who really gets hit pretty hard on those per acre costs. So, and the budgets were approved, kind of with the caveat of, it's looking pretty positive that the landowner offset is going to be approved at least for the next year, and that the board wants to have a longer conversation and try to find a more sustainable solution to forest protection assessments.
Even though landowner offset for the increased cost of.
Yeah, the increased costs of, yeah, as it pertains to, in general costs increasing and all the new staff that was added that required additional funding.
Yeah.
So that was probably the most pertinent piece to this group.
Thanks. I had other things going on, so. I
Yeah.
Appreciate it, yeah. I was hoping Ben would be here, but I think he's probably worn out after all.
He's
that.
opening
Oh,
a
I
new
can
facility.
imagine.
So,
He's opening a new
Oh, well.
flooring facility, so.
All right. The only other thing I had, Wendy, was Scott Hayes' replacement for Northwest area. I don't know if you wanted to talk about that today or not, or we.
Well, wasn't that going to be like 12:15, the CFF position in recruitment?
Is it okay? Never mind. All right.
Yeah, I was
We know
thinking,
that.
so
Yeah.
let's maybe hand it over to Keola. Are you up for talking a little bit about that request that came through Ryan and?
Sure. Well, so it looks like the National Association of State Foresters has already signed on to the proposed, so there's a new program that's being proposed by a large number of folks. If you want, I can send all my one sheets over with a long list of supporters. But it's called the Forest Conservation Easement Program. It would be a new program under the Farm Bill. It would not take money away from existing programs under the Farm Bill. It would be, designated with its own source of funding, or amount of funding. And it's a combination of, if you remember, the Healthy Forest Reserve Program, which was very species focused and in the Northwest, I think was particularly used around northern spotted owl conservation. It hasn't been utilized in the last 10 years, but in theory, it's still a program. So that's really focused on wildlife habitat and protection. That program would be rolled into the Forest Conservation Easement Program, and then they would add, the new piece would be the Forest Land Easement Program. So they're proposing two Forest Conservation Easement Program would have the forest land easements, which would enable eligible entities, which is, so if you're following the Forest Legacy Program, the only entities that can apply for that are government. The Forest Land Easement Program, or FSEP, would allow for conservation organizations like land trusts, state and local agencies, and importantly, tribes to work to purchase working forest conservation easements. So if you're talking about tribal entities wanting to protect their forest land, currently they have to allow federal government sovereignty in order to do that. That's a real non-starter for many tribal nations. And then also in states like Oregon, sometimes where the state is not as eager to hold the easements, it can really slow down the ability to put easements on working forest land. So in this eligibility, we think would be a benefit, and it's also new funding. It's really focused on large forest landscapes. It doesn't have large being intact forest land, and that it's targeted around working forests. So continuing to manage, not taking away from the supply chain, but preventing conversion. And then the forest reserve easements, that's the piece that would be more around wildlife and species habitat, climate resilience. So that would be eligible to, the NRCS would be purchasing those easements for private and tribal landowners, and it would expand basically the capacity of the Healthy Forest Reserve Program. So both those components would be there. It fills a really important gap. One allows easements to be held by, like I said, land trust tribes and local and state agencies. The other is the NRCS holding those easements. So if you're thinking about, who's doing that work, that's where it would fall. It would come with mandatory funding, and it would be very comparable if you know the ASEP program that's around agricultural land preservation. It's similar to that. I don't know if other folks want to add to it. I was a little scrambled, but I do have several one sheets. There's a bill that's in the that's been introduced, and like I said, many folks have already signed on. They have extended the sign-on period if we wanted to do that. That's not something I'm going to propose since my organization is carrying a lot of this, but I think that they've extended the ability to sign on until the 16th of this month. Does anybody have questions about that, or sort of how it fits?
Is this asking for us to sign on as an organization or us to sign on as individuals, or?
I'll leave that to Wendy. I think,
or
I just wanted to share a little bit about it because I think we received information from Heather about the fact that the National Association of State Foresters has signed on to it. And I know there's lots of grant programs out there. It's hard to keep them straight. This one is new. Forest Legacy Program is also still a really important part of our toolkit. This would just be adding to it. So I don't know if Wendy, your
Yeah,
thoughts?
I thought, well,
Or what?
thank you, Kayla. For me, I think this sounds really interesting because, you know, I do a lot of stuff with land trusts and work in this area. And to me, one of the important things is like for this community is to have small forest landowners understand that these kinds of programs are ways that they can avoid conversion of their forest land, keep their property intact, and yet getting some revenue stream earlier, you know, just a way they can sell a conservation easement or get grants pursuant to these programs and have some revenue stream in addition to whatever, you know, forest management and harvest revenue streams they have. So it provides more opportunities of small forest landowners who want to keep their forests as forests. But in terms of like how to approach this, I saw that it was bound forward again through ODF staff, and I'm assuming they would not have done that if it was inappropriate for us to take a position on it. I think the main goal, as Keola was saying, is for the community of small forest land owners to know about these opportunities. Whether we want to sign on or not, I sort of leave that to group discussion.
And are any of these programs ever actually available to small forest landowners? Because that's always the part that feels like this bait and switch. It's like, oh, here's all this, but there's this huge acreage requirement.
No, I mean, both FSEP and Forest Legacy are eligible to small forest owners. I think it's a bigger lift with Legacy because it's such, you know, it's a big undertaking. This one, I think, because it's easement focused and because the NRCS would hold those easements and they are already tooled to work with small landowners, the idea is that it would be open to both large and small and actually implementable in that way.
Because that sort of thing would make it much more appealing.
I'm guessing, I mean, I think the rulemaking would probably, if thresholds were to be set, I don't know what those would be, but I would imagine, I think that the vision is for it to be similar to ASAP, and I don't know offhand, maybe Wendy does, if there's a threshold for that program.
You know, I only know anecdotally because like I look at like the national easement, conservation easement database and see really small properties that have like these kinds of easements on them, and I don't know. And I've like worked in projects that are like 1,000 acres. Those are of course bigger than a lot of small forest landowners. I think people often work with an organization like a partner, like a land trust, and that's how they sort of figure out what's available and how to do it. I've just thought like in something like the small forest landowner office would be a place where it'd be ideal for small forest landowners to get some help in getting traction as to, you know, what's available for truly small acreages and what the first steps are.
I'd love to see, you know, like more than 10 acres, maybe more than 20, but I think it should be targeted to actually be implemented on.
This course is just, it's interesting. I received an email here this last week from NRCS pertaining to their program and following it, and they're in a process of studying it and putting the rules and regulations in place, and they were having a meeting on it. I think it was this week.
Okay.
So it's at NRCS, which is available to small landowners,
right?
Agriculture and forest land.
Yep.
What's coming down the pipeline's all I can say. Specifics are being worked out.
Okay, that sounds like a good.
Yeah, and I think Brian Gordon's the one that sent this originally to me, and I think it may have just been for information only, so you're aware that this is coming. Because he said it does not exist just yet.
Right, it's a new program. Yeah, they're advocating.
So it may just be an information only.
Glenn had a comment.
My understanding too, not that OFRI gets into this, but from hearing from the agriculture world is that this came on for agriculture a few years ago and has been a way that small, smaller farms have been selling easement like mining rights that they may never use and those different type of things. And I know in Oregon, we just established the new Oregon Agriculture Trust, which came from funds similar to this through NRCS. And so I think they're trying to make this an equivalent for some forestry is also my understanding and talking to when hearing from NRCS.
Yeah, so I guess I just add that I get requests fairly often from small landowners about options for conservation easements, and there weren't a lot of avenues for them to go there, and so having more options for that, and oftentimes people with 40 to 100 acres. I mean, the ones I've heard of usually are more than 100 acres. But it could be a really good option for them. And it also then overlaps with the legacy issue. When the current owner wants to really set it more, permanently, that we'd like this land to continue to be a working forest. And we'd like it not to be converted to non-forest. It would be really important. And I think it's a growing number of families that might be interested. So I'd support that. And I just saw the email from Nate Egglesoff about this that came to me about who wants to write a letter of support for this in the farm bill. So I think it's important. And I'm curious to know how many landowners might be interested in this kind of thing. It also brings up the issue that's come up before, is that there's a lot of landowners that may not have, a family member to pass the land on to, but they have a commitment to wanting to, have their legacy of a working forest or a conservation forest and not being converted to non-forest. They're looking for a way to pass that on. And that's another issue too, is like, well, who would take the land and take ownership, even if there was this easement upon it? But that's something that's come up before too, that it's not all about families and legacy. Within the family, it's legacy beyond the family, and looking for ways to do that. I'd also say that the ties to the land and the legacy within the family is really important, and is something that, OSU and both ag and forestry have been involved in the past, and we're kind of eager to see a new leader for that. But that's another issue.
So.
I'm getting a bit of a sense, maybe we want to take this as an informational issue, but if someone wants to move that we, as a committee, support this would be the time for someone to do that.
And I'd ask Mike, I mean, what is the appropriateness of a advisory committee like this signing on to a letter? I've never heard of that happening.
No, I think what it would be is, I think you would have to run it through the Board of Forestry that you support something like this. Then I think it'd be the Board of Forestry that would probably
write a letter of support.
write a letter of support.
Yeah.
That sounds, I wondered about that too. That sounds right to me, especially because, as they said, the state foresters have already signed on. So maybe we'll, in the interest of lunch, move it on.
I think we can keep it as an informational, to follow it would be great. I appreciate the interest and the from all sides, that something that really does meet the needs of small forest owners is potentially useful. So
And maybe in a future meeting, we invite NRCS to come talk about it if they're fully engaged in the conversation. But it sounds like it's a new program that's going into the farm bill, this year's farm bill
being proposed to.
So yes, anyways, maybe it's, we invite NRCS to come chat with us about it, just to learn more.
Yeah, okay. People probably want to have a break. They want to eat lunch, and it would also be good to brainstorm about the presentation in September. So is it okay? Like, I'm a little bit at odds to think about how to use the time. But I guess I'll just say, would people be up for talking for about 10 minutes right now about the presentation before we lose me and Maurizio in September?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's do that, just because we're here. So we have heard about, again, the small forest landowner role in avoiding conversion, issues of aging and future generations, how that relates to conversion, and maybe small forest landowner management for multiple goals. So I'm thinking about those topics, and if people, the members of the committee who are landowners wanted to raise a hand and say, I'd be interested in talking at the September Board of Forestry meeting about that.
Sorry, what were you just reading from, Wendy? I'm just trying to follow.
Yeah.
Not listening well. Were you reading from our annual report and thinking about the presentation, or from something else?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you're asking, Carla.
You read something and said, would people want to talk about it? What are you reading from?
Oh, sorry, I was just reading from my own notes about thinking that that those were things that have come up in past meetings or my kind of, in terms of like the format for presenting the annual report is I will just like talk through some high level points. And then I'm
Okay.
hoping that members of the committee will raise their hand and talk about maybe the points I just mentioned, but issues that are near and dear to them that relate to the CFF work and how we can make it kind of personal and presenting to the board. Are you laughing at me, Kayla?
No, I'm sorry. I should have just asked you to repeat. I was just gonna
Oh,
read them.
okay.
myself.
And I'm talking quickly because I know you're all hungry.
I'd be happy to talk, be part of speaking on the avoidance of conversion and some of those pressures on small woodland owners right now. I mean, however we want to, that keeping forests as forests is, I think, really key. And it starts with the really small woodland owners. And I think we're often left out of that because we're too small.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Perfect spokesperson for that.
Until it converts,
Huh?
Right.
until it converts.
Right.
Yeah, then you're those people.
Well, or
have
unless
good
you're not
stuff.
looking at the comprehensive,
Yeah.
you know, like the
30% of the
cumulative
land,
effect of all small landowners. Then it
Oh,
means.
you're only 20 acres or whatever until there's like 500 of you, and then you're a lot more acres.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And-
so be
Oh,
willing-
Gary, I see you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd also be willing to give you some input on small woodland owners on my forest lands.
That would be great. I was thinking like, Gary, for like, in terms of an aspect that you would like to talk about, like, are you thinking avoided conversion, maybe aging of the population, or about like the various goals that small forest landowners, do you have a focus of what you think you'd like to talk about?
Well, I'd like to bring forth a very broad perspective of the dynamics of those owners, because it's a diverse group and there are many perspectives on the forest lands. I'd also like to emphasize, understand many of these small woodlands ownerships are also a residential ownership. So you have the presence of people living on them. You have the conflict of family involvements, and I've seen them go through some form of transition when one of the principals of the family passes away, which adds a lot of conflict and in many cases results in liquidation. So those
Yeah.
perspectives that I
Yep.
do
That all
present.
sounds good. And anyone else, Maurizio, are you interested? I think if 3 people wanted to do it, that would be great. Or we could go. with
Yeah, I guess I could again bring in an Eastern Oregon perspective, because our infrastructure for to support stewardship and eventually, sending one load of logs to the mills, it's
Mhm.
really one of the bottom lines. So, and the slower growth that translates into a presence in the forest and kind of almost a generational. So there are differences definitely. So I can convey what we hear every day about the infrastructure, the timing, and the prices. I mean, the reality is they're different, and so and there is a new pressure actually after COVID of people that are moving and looking for properties and whatnot. That is adding some additional purchasing money at prices and dynamics. So I'll be happy to make and I'll try to be more articulated than I am right now. I will make a summary and try to organize my thoughts a little bit better.
That sounds like 3 good speakers with good content that meshes pretty well into issues that overlap with the forestry plan for Oregon and this committee's work. So to me, that sounds like a good brainstorm. And how to take that forward.
Wendy?
Yeah.
I mean, just one of the other opportunities I want to note, we talked about seedlings, and there is kind of this more of an urgency to discuss that there's no longer a staff focused on reforestation and seedlings. So that might be also something to make sure to bring up. And I don't know if Kate might be willing, since, I think Kate, your story from last year was so compelling. And you've also been in the mix of all the talk about reforestation and seedlings. If you might be comfortable to also add that in. I just think that's one of the topics that if the committee wanted to bring that forward, is time sensitive.
Yeah.
And could you share again, because we said September 6 and 7, which one will be the day in which we present to the board?
6.
You
What
hear
was
that?
that again?
The 6th?
Okay,
And Wendy, just so you know, I don't know if you're planning, but Land Trust Rally is that same week.
yes,
So-
it's true. That's
Just
busy.
keep that in
It's my
mind.
boyfriend's birthday. Everything is the 6th, but okay.
Oh.
But I think that sounds to me, again, I didn't want to make that a super long conversation, nor do I want to cut people off. But I think we have 3 volunteers. We've talked about what you all have offered to talk about, which is great. And I think we can just move it forward from there. We can like have some little back and forth maybe with Heather and Mike about how we can talk to each other, setting that up in order to avoid a public meeting inadvertently. But with that caveat, perhaps we can just move on to letting you all have a break and then lunch. I need to leave, and I think Mauricio needs to hop off too, so I'll say goodbye. And good meeting, unless someone has one very last thing they want to bring up before our break.
Tim had one thing to bring up. Really
Sure.
quick. Sorry, hold on. Are you still there, Tim? If not, we could probably, yeah, you probably get him. Yeah, if he's not there, that's okay, Wendy.
Oh, no, here he is.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the streamweed classification notice we were sending out. Right now it's a postcard. I just wanted to show folks that Mike can talk more about its content.
Yeah, so, well, can you show the other page?
Yeah.
So what this is, you know, in this group is asked about getting to those landowners that are not involved, are not, sound right. Trying to reach out to all the landowners is basically what it is. So I don't know if you can read it or not. It's pretty small, but it's basically making them aware of the changes that happened to the Forest Practices Act as far as stream rules go. And this is going to be going out to, I think you said, how many, 61,000 or 16,000?
16,000, mainly based on the Ferns database.
Right, so
But,
any letter, yeah.
And the
any letter-
postcard could change just because we're concerned people will get confused by it and might need more information. But right now, we're just at the postcard phase. And then we'd also send out a news release in our gov delivery email explaining a little more, but we just don't want people to panic when they see something and don't understand what it means, so.
Yep, and this is landowners with 10 acres or more, because if we'd done it less than that, it would have been like 130,000 mailings, so. We figured at least at 10 acres, those are folks who are probably more involved in their land. Well, I should
You
have
should
said that.
classify it as Forestlands.
Under new PFA rules, yes. It's less than 5,000, there's no bottom limit.
So my question would be, if I get this in the mail, so this is because I would say goes into effect July 1st, 2023, but if I've been paying attention and know that some of the new rules don't actually apply to me as a small woodland owner until January 1 of 2024, I would be confused.
Okay.
Just,
Yeah, I would probably say something more like the new stream map and related data
becomes
become
available.
available on Ferns July 1st. And then I would maybe even follow that up with an additional clarifier.
Did you get that, Tim?
Good points.
Yeah, it might be a good idea just to add that. Any new rules for all landowners don't take effect until such and such.
Which is a great way to get both things out there, right? People can go check out their new stream data, or the way it's going to show up on Ferns, and be reminded that things change in 2024 without a second postcard.
Okay.
So look, we've just saved money for ODF.
ODF should probably still send out another post.
Oh, probably, but yeah.
Okay. That's all that was.
Yeah, well, and I guess to follow up on that, is the whole point of letting them know, of letting, I guess if this is only going to small woodland owners, maybe it's not, it's going to large industrial too, but is the whole point just informing them that that new map layer is available in Ferns? Because if that's the only purpose, then I think it is more confusing. Because otherwise, I mean, what does it matter?
Would be interesting to know, because actually every time I look at a map, our streams are classified differently.
Hmm.
And different streams show up or disappear.
So it's already changing often. So I guess,
But it would be helpful to see what's current.
yeah,
And when does steep slope stuff show up?
it doesn't affect you guys.
Mike, I think,
All landowners.
wasn't this required as part of one of the legislative bills to get it out by July 1st?
Got a Chinook going overhead. Can you say that again? Sorry. Yeah, a helicopter go overhead. What was it, Tim?
I said, I thought this was like a regulatory requirement. One of the bills required us to give notification by July 1st. Is that correct?
I would have to go back and look at it, Tim, but I think you may be right.
But we're just trying to answer the why we're doing it, because we're
Yeah, okay.
required. We're
All right. Yeah,
required to.
yeah, you and I could talk offline, maybe kind of clarify clarify it a bit, so.
Okay. I'm going to, partly because I need to hop off, hand the meeting over to Keola. Thank everyone for a really good and action-packed, if I may say, meeting. We went through a lot of materials. Thanks so much. And yeah.
Have a good vacation.
Have fun,
Oh,
Wendy.
thank you. Thanks so much. I am looking forward to it. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, Wendy.
I'm jumping off to another meeting. Thank you, guys. I'll be in touch and I really appreciate the whole group.
All right.
I'm
Thank you.
Rita. Bye all.
Me too. You guys have a good afternoon.
Thanks, Julie.
Thanks, Julie. Wait, you're gonna come? Okay. We got till 12:15. Yes, we're I think we've hit 12:50. The social portion is over. Sadly, sorry that got cut. I think Mike does have a, do you want to go to that first?
Sure.
Before we do the Northwest landowner, you can keep eating. I like to talk with my mouth full. Mike's got a couple slides on the disproportionate impact and the legislative language that we proposed that would be good to go through. And then we'll talk about the Northwest landowner. That sound good?
Yeah.
You want me to share?
Oh, yeah, if you
Oh, yeah.
put up. So I had Nicole's, well, others get that up, and Nicole's staff, she actually helped Ben and I. And she's actually shown this to Ben. Because Ben, normally it was helping us work through this, and she actually shared this work with the authors to kind of come up with this language, this final language that went into the disproportionate rule language. So just wanted to show you what it was. I'm probably gonna put the slide up there and let you read it because there's a lot in it. Then we can just talk about, there's 3 slides, there's only 3 slides, we can talk each one. So this is the definition of disproportionate impact to landowner. This is the language that back and forth between the authors, this is what they came to. So one of those is it contains a dwelling that has to be 10 acres or more. It's kind of showing, I think they were just trying to see where to place that line. And 10 acres was, they were thinking that anything bigger than that, typically a piece of ground that you actually do make money off of, or you actually manage the land, where something smaller than that may just be a house acreage on it. So they picked the 10 acres. And the total encumbrance, so this is on so this is by parcel, by landowners. So on that particular parcel, at more than 20% of the forested acreage on that parcel is impacted. So that's an and, I believe, so 10 acres and that, and it generates revenue that is relied upon to sustain the management of the property. And the important piece of this, I'll let you read the rest of that, is that it's demonstrated in a forest management plan. So both sides of the authors asked that forest management plan be required to be able to show that you're significantly disproportionately impacted. So they want to see forest management. Read through that really quick or for a while.
Mike, can I comment on that just real quick? Because one of the things was that came up was the property was certified. And we said that makes the pie even smaller. So the management plan was sort of that middle ground.
Certified.
No intent.
Like tree farm?
Tree farm or FF.
Which tree farms at least a pre-certification, but.
You still have to go after it if you don't have it.
Right.
I think
Instant.
those are sort of interchangeable too, right? Because you have to have a management plan to be certified.
Tree farm would not represent a majority of Oswald land and scape.
It's a lot. The certification is certainly doable,
But so is having the management plan.
well, that's the biggest hurdle.
Yeah. And they were,
Did that.
yeah, and I think, I don't know who said it, but they were looking for commitment landowner through the management plans. Now we'll move on to the additional alternatives.
Can you go back? So when it says as demonstrated by a forest management plan, does that mean you have a management plan that follows current regulation and you have to now show that your new management plan there's an effect like that? So for instance, if you don't have a management plan right now, and now you create one based on the new rules, how would you demonstrate that you, in that management plan, that you lost revenue? If that management plan is based on current.
But it's not saying that you've lost it. It says that you generate, that you rely on this.
I think the next slide gets to how you show the disproportionate. This is like the.
Yeah.
Right, if you can you go to the next slide just for a second?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, this is just the
No,
alternatives.
okay,
No,
never mind.
but to get
Sorry,
get
go
back
back.
to Amanda's portion there is, sorry, come back. I think the piece of what they were looking for in the management plan was to show that, I'm not sure about new ones, but I think it was for existing ones, you can show that this is what my management plan, how it was outlined before. Now this is how this is impacting me now with your current management plan. So, but a new management plan, I don't know if they thought about that.
Yeah, because it just seems like, okay, if I don't have one, now I have to have one to be able to show this, then how do you compare? I guess would be my question.
You're gonna have to show the difference on the assets on your property. So you're gonna have a wider buffer, or you're gonna have an increase. You could have an increase in the category of water on your lands, and that would also contribute to a wider buffer. And so there's gonna be a financial analysis that the small woodland owner would have to do that says, pre-PFA, I had 3% of my landscape, my land base in these protected resources. Post pre-FA, I'm 10% or some other number that shows an increase in the financial cost of what that was.
And so I guess what I'm getting at is that would be over and above what would be included in a forest management plan. So you'd have to have some sort of an additional document that shows that if you didn't already have a management plan where you could make that comparison, right?
I suggest consulting foresters are going to be utilized significantly in order to help show the landowner that that they have been disproportionately affected.
Yeah, the wording of as demonstrated by a forest management plan that's where I think it's a little bit confusing, but.
Although part of it would be saying that you were using you were generating timber revenue and that's what you were relying on to be able to continue to do your active forest management and probably pay your assessment and your different taxes and that would show up in an older one as well. And then you could show how much the impact was.
Yeah, but again, only if you had one. Right.
Well.
And one thing, in looking at this, is understand that there are people that have been reacting to this already. And so those are being harvested in some cases. I'm not telling you all of it, but there's activity out there that I'm aware of from other landowners that simply said, okay, I'm not gonna worry about that.
It's true.
Isn't July 1 a deadline for the year on PFA buffers?
That's for large landowners.
Large, not small landowners.
Small,
and that's only if you notified after July 1st.
That's me, I'm thinking.
Yeah, and Mark, that's only if you notify after.
That's my point, is when they were putting out that postcard, I was thinking, well, yeah, of course, after July 1, these new buffers apply, but I think that's fortunate to have more than just 10 acres.
Although if you're small and you haven't already gotten your notification filed and lined up contractors, you're kind of out of luck too, right? It's
just based on capacity.
Capacity, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot.
Mike, I want to kind of clarify or try to.
Well, there's you go.
So that item B says that you just take the new buffers for a small landowner and you just apply them to your land. And it's not really talking about the difference between the new and the old. It's just saying
more than 20%.
If I put these buffers on the map and I calculated more than 20% of my acreage is contained in those new minimum buffers, then that satisfies B. And then C, if your plan just shows that, hey, we are managing for timber and we use the revenue to support these activities, that alone says, yeah, I'm serious about managing for timber. And so this is a true impact. There's a lot of gray area into exactly what does that mean?
Yeah.
Because then it says, or, so all the first part of C says, if you're just showing that you're serious about timber management and revenue is applied to help you maintain the property, that satisfies that need. Or that you're actually putting the revenue into this, so that there's two parts to that. And I think providing a template to make it easy for landowners to figure out how this applies to them, will be important.
Yep. And I think,
it seems pretty straightforward, actually.
Yeah, and I think this is where, just talking about SFO forester involvement, I think this is a piece where we're gonna have to really train them up on especially if people start coming to say, I'm gonna see if I'm disproportionately impacted. We're gonna have to- Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Pull up your,
SFO staff will provide this information for the small building, or
that seems ideal, or like do the
Right.
run.
And help them right away.
I
Yeah,
don't know if you hired enough.
I don't think we did. So, yeah.
I think the consulting foresters are gonna carry
Yep.
the water here and provide their client the information that then demonstrates that to the SFO.
And the tough part is here you have the disproportionately impacted people who now need to shell out more money to have a consulting forester help them make sure that they can
Prove that they have it.
that they don't have the resources.
That's regulation.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, so if you do harvest though, I think that the consulting forester fees can be reimbursed through the incentive program. If you don't, then you're, I don't know where this gets you.
The cost of the assessment, whether it's the consulting forester or land assessment person,
Mhm.
you can add that to the expense
That's what I thought, yeah.
for the tax credit, yeah. One of the things on here that was this disproportionate impact thing was kind of an add-on at the last minute. It didn't get worked on. And there was a means test that was required. And so there was a lot of just trying to find common definition. And one of the pieces in here is the word parcel. It's different than ownership because folks were looking at all their property. We had family relationships and that kind of stuff. It really.
So that's a family with 500 acres has a parcel affected. Regardless of the fact they have 500, if that 10-acre deal shows this, that would qualify.
Yes. That was a piece I think Ken, I think, was really pushing. Okay, and then this will be the what the additional alternatives that they will receive, I guess you could say. One of those is it does talk about the watershed caps. So this is actually in rules. This is not part of what's going to be. It's not part of 2161. We'll talk about 2161 in the next slide here. That's actually in the rule that they'll be exempt from that 5% cap per watershed. And then they'll read the rest of the one there. They actually can count all the trees in the RMA towards their wildlife tree retention requirements. Absorb grasses. Okay, then the pending legislation is 2161B, just to show how many times it's been through, is they receive 125% for small forest landowners who meet the definition. And yes, and that one. And this is, so this is a legislation, so this will have to get passed before this becomes effective. Is not part of the movement right now.
What changed here? Was the tax credit less than 125% before, or did it change did it add eligibility to income? But with this adjusts.
It's, yeah, I was just trying to pay attention as much as I could. I don't know if you did, Amanda, or not. But
Yeah, well, I know the 125 in as the statute and regulations are written right now is only available to those that apply to have to be able to harvest at the minimum option, but the watershed percentage has been, the cap has been met. And so if they go forward with using the standard option instead, then they can recoup 125%. And so this is saying, if you have a significantly disproportionate impact, you can also, get that if you were to harvest at the standard.
You stop me if I'm wrong, but I think you can harvest down to the SFO option. Get this correct? Is that how that reads?
I know, because the tax credit wouldn't, you don't get a tax credit if you do the standard option.
Okay, so you have to still say the standard option, get out of trial. Okay.
Yeah, if you do the minimum option, yeah, you don't.
Because they were going back and forth with a few things. So those were the subtle ones.
Yeah, that's my understanding at least. I don't know. Might know.
And did Oswald introduce this amendment, or where did this? I'm just curious where the origin is.
Well, think part of the conservation community was working on it.
Is there,
I don't
is it,
know.
or is there a working group, that small forest owners working group part of, okay,
Okay.
you guys are all happy with that?
Well,
Whatever's-
Are we happy?
Yeah.
I just feel happy.
Yeah.
This got, the original bill was amended to this disproportionate impact and that's all I got, those 3 slides.
Are there questions or discussion or immense frustration? How are we doing over there?
Yeah, I mean, I hope that the SFO foresters will be really instrumental in this, because as was mentioned, I mean, it's a bit, it's one more thing you have to do when you already know that your land is significantly impacted, and now you have to
Pursue this.
yeah, pursue this and perhaps hire a consulting forester. You know, maybe you have some GIS files, maybe you don't. You need some GIS work, you need some, you know, economic work done. And
Management plan right off the bat.
yeah, if you don't have a management plan, now you need a management plan. And so, yeah, I mean, hopefully they can help to a certain extent, but
Technically. Well, can we keep this on our agenda for next time so we know if it's, or maybe set an update if it passes? Okay.
Hopefully soon.
I think we've got about 15 minutes before Kathy was going to present to us, and we wanted to talk about the Northwest landowner position and recruitment. Does anybody have? Oh, go ahead, Glenn.
So I know we used to get a fairly significant legislative report on all the bills pending.
Yep.
And I know that there's sort of a, with what's going on in the legislature, maybe that's the window that down a bit. But pertaining to Oaktree and any legislation pending, I haven't heard an update. Is there anything that might change Oaktree's status in the current legislation that's pending? I mean, that was something we were concerned about last year. And then I haven't really heard about anything, and I'm assuming that that's all.
I think there is still a bill proposing to defund and then to fund something at OSU instead.
Okay, well, that's, I just haven't seen an update and I haven't been keeping up myself, so I'm just curious if there is an update with that.
No, I was.
there's no appetite.
The
In
la-
the,
Okay, good.
yeah,
the last
So
thing,
nothing is likely to happen this session.
no, not that I.
Okay, I'm just curious.
I mean, technically, there's still a bill in
it's in
revenue, house revenue, since revenue doesn't have deadlines, right? That would, I think that bill is for,
3019, right?
uh,
Because that's the anti-Ofri bill.
no, it's not that, it's
Something else.
the whole, you know, going away from it'd be the severance tax. And so, and that would have an impact on Ofri and Ofri's budgeting, because forest products harvest tax would go away and then that whole system would be rejiggered. But I think that's the only thing that's technically still out there, but there's no appetite. It never got heard, you know, sessions.
Yeah, I had heard that there was some bills pending, and then I just hadn't heard like the latest as to what's likely to happen.
Yeah.
Would we expect any?
And we'll probably hear an update because Roger is going to do an update at the Family Forest Convention.
Right.
So by then, because our last government affairs team call for OSWA, we were kind of sort of like, well, we're all still kind of in the same holding pattern we were in before.
Okay.
And that next meeting would be like the day before the convention. So he's gonna, or 2 days before. So
So he'll have the latest.
he'll have the
That's pretty
latest.
much when everything,
Maybe, yeah, but we'll know where we're at.
okay, good.
Kathy, are you able to hear and see us? We can see a blank screen and looks like you're muted. I just want to check you have access.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, great. Okay. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining.
See you. Absolutely.
We just have another few minutes of discussion, if you don't mind, before we.
Yeah, not at all.
Okay, awesome. I think we might need to move on from the policy updates, which we can maybe track for our next meeting or as they, as session wraps up. to landowner recruitment for our Northwest landowner position. Scott Hayes used to be in this role. I think we've talked about reaching out to folks. I don't know that has anybody reached out to someone who might be good for this appointment or have thoughts on who we
Well,
could-
basically Scott stepped down then already?
Yeah, he just,
Yeah.
we didn't actually know that, so.
Oh, okay. I do have-
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
Sorry, please, Mike.
I've never heard. Yes, we got an email from Scott Hayes and he said, what he told me in the email is that he and his wife are selling their property. Didn't feel that he should be a representative, Northwest representative anymore. So they told me he's stepping down from the CFF. Sorry, yeah. That was about quite a month ago that he let us know that. Okay.
So we're looking for recruiting a new Northwest.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologize for that, yeah.
Yeah, well, I gathered that from the. the agenda,
From the
but-
agenda.
Yeah.
And if we don't have any, big ideas right now, I would just encourage folks, if you do have someone in your network that you think could serve on the committee, would welcome you to invite them to join the next meeting, send out
What's that boundary?
the Northwest. Ooh, I think there is is it the ODF
Yeah,
regions?
it's probably the ODF region, so it'd be Crest the Cascades on the east and then wherever that goes through. Maybe whatever it is between Sweet Home and or see Corvallis is Monks is north, so Benita is south, so wherever that line is between those two. Okay.
I mean, I could certainly, between Oshawa and Extension.
Great.
could
Put out a note.
Look at our lists of active, up and coming. Community oriented volunteers.
That'd be great. And I think what we've done before, if you can reach out and tell them about the committee, if you'd like Wendy to send an email at any point, she'd be happy to, or I'd be happy to talk to them. I think with Eric, we put the word out and Eric reached out and, we can also by email share those nominations with Heather. If people are ready to join, or we can invite folks to come to our next meeting and.
Do we have a kind of a nice little
Summary.
message, that recruiting summary message to
Job description.
I usually just send out the committee's, main statement and then a description of the appointment time. I can share what I was sending out for Eric's position. if you
Yeah, if
want.
you would, yeah,
Um,
that'd be great.
Yeah.
I imagine it's somewhere in my archive.
Sure, yeah.
Do we have anything about how we replace people in our charter or bylaws?
Historically, it's been more when someone is leaving, they recruit their successor and then invite them to attend. And of course, we have to then, vote and support them. And then the
Yeah.
board has to
That how he done it.
do that
Yeah,
as well.
And that's fine. I just wonder if that just promotes.
Sort of a roundabout.
I just wonder if that, like, if we were to do any, like, larger press release or something, or had people apply, then
We could put it on the website.
I'm just, I always get a little bit concerned. I mean, there's pros and cons of doing it this way, right? I mean, we can,
It's a small network.
yeah, it's a small network, but at the same time, it sort of promotes sort of the, if you want something to get done, ask a busy person, so you have the same kind of busy people always doing stuff, right? And not that it's an old, good old boys club or anything like that, but it's sort of like, you've been chosen
Right.
versus, some other person that doesn't know any of us.
I appreciate
wants
that,
to
Amanda.
participate.
I wonder if we could ask Public Affairs about posting the vacancy on the website or on ODF's Facebook page or both? Is there an ODF Facebook page? Like there is.
I don't.
Yeah, and then I think in addition to like looking at the list, maybe you could post, like if there's a email
I
list,
put it in
send it out.
newsletters, so,
Yeah, that'd be
you know,
great.
We have
Yeah.
our newsletters around
Mhm.
several different ones for this territory.
Okay,
Yeah, because I'm just thinking, for instance, if we had 2 people interested,
Yeah.
how would we deal with that?
we've
Our
done that before.
charter bylaws talk about that. Does this group
It's a thumb wrestle.
determine, because we have to nominate them to the board. And so if more than one person, would they both be nominated to the board and the board would make the final decision? Or I honestly just
Yeah, it's done.
don't know how the process works.
And we should it'd be great to be reminded. I feel like we've had multiple people interested in a position before, and I think in that case, we've had folks come to the meeting and it seemed like it just shook out that one person stayed and one did not. I don't think we ever had to deal with the, how do we
Yeah.
evaluate two? Or
But-
more than two.
I think you're right, going in the right direction. I think
Yeah.
it is the Board of Forestry that if you do have a tie, so to speak, I think you present the background, this is the background is for.
Mhm.
You present the Board of Forestry, and I think at that Board of Forestry meeting, they appoint or vote, I don't know how.
Consent.
Yeah, but if you have more than one, it would not be a discussion item, so they wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
have a discussion to determine which one. So, and I'm just wondering because, for instance, if we did want to post something and then say, we did get more interest than we thought, I kind of highly doubt that, but you don't know.
So I spent 15 years in the inner city, and so I'm much more comfortable with Glenn's idea of it going through a newsletter than just an open thing on the website.
Yeah.
Because we learned the very hard way that open invitations were often responded to by the very people that could be seriously disruptive, shall we say, to community gatherings. That's coming out of the inner city. I know that there's a lot of those folks going to say the ODM website. But that it, like, Glenn's newsletter would hit folks in that region who have already demonstrated an interest. It's not going to be somebody who is just surfing and came across something they could become.
I'll say it's also been, this has not been an easy position to fill, so I'm in some ways not super worried about it. But I think it's useful to know what our process is, Heather, if you can help us, so that if we are successful in recruiting multiple people, we understand how we move forward. And I think to move forward both with not just personal invitation, but folks who have listservs or social media, if you can share it more broadly than that. And if ODF could share it somehow to it, there, I think that we're all doing the best we can to be inclusive would be better than sort of handpicking one person if we could do that.
Yeah. So Mike, the appointment would be effective after the next board.
Yeah, they'd have to be,
So they would start.
September at earliest, but they could attend and not vote until then.
So in our bylaws, now that we've gone to the 4 meetings per year, we may have to update our bylaws to move the appointment dates.
We moved Eric forward without a in-person meeting, didn't we?
For
Or did we?
appointment.
Yeah,
No, that was fine, yeah.
yeah.
It's just we had June 30th as our end dates for appointments, so. if we
Oh, for
start
this
getting-
year, I see. What you're
Yeah,
saying.
so if we start getting into like September for an appointment, we have to figure out
How that works.
the end dates. But
I think I think I started early and just didn't, yeah.
yeah, that's a topic for another thing, but.
So
But a consent agenda is where, if we have one person, we just put in the consent agenda. And then before the Board of Forestry meeting, Josh Bernard meets with the board members one-on-one, explains to them what it is.
So would this be filling Scott's remaining term?
That's a good question.
Not if it doesn't start till next, then they'd get a year, I guess.
It probably would be filling out his term with the option of having another term. I don't know.
Yeah, it probably would be filling it, well.
I don't want to cut our discussion short, but I also want to be respectful of Kathy's
Yes.
time. And I feel like, so it seems like we need a refresher on how we make appointments and how folks are evaluated, assuming that we have more than one. And then I can help Heather with a description, or I'm sure ODF has one that we could all share with our networks. That'd be great.
Our quarterly newsletter is going to go out at the end of this month, so probably get it together by then and put it out in that. Unless that's.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Okay, thank you all. Good discussion. Sorry to cut it short. And welcome Kathy McDonald.
Thank you.
I don't even know how to introduce you at this point. Will you give us an introduction to yourself and your work as well as your role in the Global Warming Committee?
Sure. I am the chair of the Oregon Global Warming Commission, have been for about 3 years, I guess. And I've been working with staff at the Oregon Department of Energy, but also with the Oregon Department of Forestry and Agriculture and OWEB on some of the work that we've been doing to advance the natural and working lands aspect of our climate action work, and really glad to be invited to come talk to you a little bit today about the commission's work on that effort.
Thank you so much. We're excited to have you. talking a lot about the role of forest and climate.
Great.
As you,
I did put together a short slide deck. I hope that to go through it pretty quickly and then open up time for your questions, and then we can follow up on that. Shall I go ahead and share my screen?
yep, that sounds great. Let us know if you have trouble.
Okay. Hopefully not.
Kathy, would you like us to hold questions until the end, or do you want them as we go? I'm happy to help call out if people.
Either way is fine with me.
Well, we're not shy. I'm sure people will let you know if they've got questions as we go through, but I can also let you know if your hands raised.
Great. Let me just change the, why can't I? Let's see, I think you may be seeing.
We see,
Yeah.
it's a presenter, I don't see any notes. We're just seeing your slide and then the next slide's in the corner.
Okay, sometimes it's easy to find how you change things, and other times it's really hard to find it. So I'll just go ahead, and if there are notes, that's fine too.
Okay.
So thank you very much for inviting me. It's great to be able to have a conversation with you about the work that the Global Warming Commission has been doing. What I thought I'd do today is just give you a quick overview about the commission, in case some of you are not familiar with the commission, and then talk in particular about the work that the commission's been doing on natural and working lands and some of the legislation that's currently pending that would potentially have an influence on our work going forward on the same. So the Global Warming Commission is made up of 11 voting members. We do have some seats that are supposed to be occupied by folks with expertise in specific sectors. And we do have called out for agriculture and forestry in particular, as well as energy, transportation, manufacturing, and environmental interests. And then we have the remainder of our voting members are at-large members. We have 4 legislators, one from each chamber and each party within the chamber. And then we currently have about 7 directors that are named, including Oregon Department of Forestry and Oregon Department of Agriculture. And then we have 3 slots that can be made up of agencies and or academic interests. And we currently have DLCD, the Oregon Health Authority, and Portland State on sitting in those seats. We were established in 2007 by the legislature in tandem with the first greenhouse gas emission reduction goals that the legislature established, and we are charged with providing a biennial report to the legislature on Oregon's progress towards meeting our greenhouse gas mitigation goals, as well as making recommendations for changes in policies and programs to help us advance that work, that progress. And we have an education function as well. The commission is staffed by the Oregon Department of Energy. We have a 0.3 FTE, so we are a lean operation, and we try and do the best we can with that capacity. I will say that we have specifically in our charge relative to making recommendations for policies and programs, specific recommendations around forest carbon. So that is part of our charge and in the statutes. The goals that the legislature established in 2007 were to start to bring greenhouse gas emissions down by 2010, which we met, to reach 10% below 1990 levels by 2020, which we did not meet, and then to get to at least 75% reduction by 1990. The commission has recently, and I won't go into that now unless it comes up in questions, recommended that we strengthen these goals based on the best available science, and we can talk about that later if you'd like. We track against Oregon's sector-based inventory that DEQ maintains. And you'll see here the major categories: transportation, residential and commercial, industrial and agriculture. Any emissions associated with forestry would be captured in transportation and in energy generation within these categories. But the agricultural emissions that are captured here do not include any that are related to forestry, just as a reference. And this is from our most recent report, which we just submitted to the legislature in March, I believe. And we are always a couple of years behind because the DEQ needs to kind of update and synthesize all of the information before we can present it. We did the first work that the commission did on forest carbon was published in 2018. We did that with input from a variety of folks and in collaboration with the U.S. Forest Service FIA program. We did not have funding to do that work, and so we really appreciated the fact that ODF followed up the work that we did and built on that and just really tightened up the information in reports that they published not long after that looked both at the forest ecosystem carbon and the harvested wood products, the carbon that's stored in harvested wood products. So appreciated having their follow-on work, which helps strengthen the information that Oregon has as a base for our forest carbon work. In 2020, Governor Brown issued a very sweeping climate executive order, Executive Order 20-04, and it directed about 16 agencies and commissions to take actions to reduce emissions. And it included specific direction for the commission to develop a proposal for the governor's consideration on potential goals for increased sequestration and reduced emissions from natural and working lands. And so we worked over the course of the next year on developing out that proposal. We had, I believe, around a dozen meetings that were commission meetings where we took public comment in advance and during those meetings. We did a kind of a landowner focused survey as well as a more open-ended survey. And then we had focus groups, including focus groups with input from forest landowners and agricultural landowners and conservation interests, and a variety of different focus groups that helped inform our process. Overall, we had over 1,000 Oregonians who provided comments that I think we did a pretty good job of capturing in the proposal that we ended up producing. The commission adopted the proposal in 2021, and it included kind of draft goals and metrics, as well as strategy recommendations. And kind of at the highest level, we had 4 kind of major buckets of strategies that we advanced. First and foremost, to kind of leverage federal land and federal investments in practices to increase sequestration, creating a sustained source of state funding to increase sequestration and incentivize practices that provide both resilience and sequestration benefits. Third, to kind of fund and direct agencies to advance strategies that would support increased sequestration. And within that, we had a number of more specific recommendations for different agencies or sectors, including several focused on forests. And then the final area of kind of or bucket of recommendations were associated with improvements to the natural and working lands inventory and research that was needed. And this just gives you kind of the breakdown of the specifics relative to the agencies. And then, as I mentioned, there were a number of recommendations specific to forestry. That's posted on our website, which is keeporegoncool.org. So you can go there and go to the report section and take a deeper look at the proposal that we developed.
Kathy, can I ask a quick question about that strategy 3? It says support the implementation of 6 climate smart forest management
Strategies.
strategies. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. And are those described in more detail on the website? I
They
assume?
are. They are. An example was, that was when the negotiations were ongoing to advance changes to Forest Practices Act to implement the agreement between the forest industry and some of the conservation organizations. So that was one of the ones that we supported that was underway, as well as incentivizing landowners to adopt practices. So they're shown there. One of the specifics that we identified was the need to fund a workforce and economic development / training program study. One of the things that we heard loud and clear from all of the folks that filled out our survey was just the challenge in technical assistance and having enough technical assistance for landowners to be able to adopt new practices. So wanted to take a specific look at that and try and identify what gaps there may be or added capacity that would be needed to achieve the kind of goals that we were hoping to achieve. We had the opportunity to draft a bill kind of late in the year 2021, and were able to submit that for consideration in the short session. It really did 4 things: define natural and working lands, and propose that the state adopt a policy to direct investment in natural climate solutions or natural and working land strategies for increasing net sequestration, creating an advisory group to inform the Global Warming Commission on the work that continuation of the work that we do on natural and working lands, and then to invest in improvements to the inventory, to develop out activity-based metrics and a baseline, and to complete the workforce and training analysis. And then it included direction to pertinent agencies to report to the commission on the metrics and inventory. This bill, short sessions are short and challenging to get new ideas through. So we were not able to pass this during the short session. Got some really good input from a variety of folks and did amend the original concept quite a bit. But then we're not able to pass that out, but we were able to kind of pivot and get some funding to do pieces of this work. So we have convened a natural and working lands advisory group, and the Institute for Natural Resources is staffing the commission to help better define what we mean by a more comprehensive natural and working lands inventory, to identify activities and based metrics, and to help build out the baseline. In addition to the activity-based metrics, we identified the need for community impact metrics, so a way for us to design and evaluate programs to hopefully have the best outcome for kind of our triple bottom line goals in Oregon. And so they've been working with the stakeholder group on that, as well as they've completed a request for information that has a draft scope of work for the workforce and training analysis that we are trying to get posted and out so that we can get some feedback from potential contractors on ways that we can improve that and a sense of what that might cost so that we could move that forward. The existing stakeholder advisory group has its own website that INR and their consultant manage. And this is the landing page, and you can see the URL at the bottom. Amanda is on this committee. You can see it's a fairly robust committee with diverse interests. The commission selected folks from people who applied and tried to look at getting a diversity of folks from different parts of the state and with different expertise to inform our work. And there are a number of folks that have background in forestry that's either clear based on their affiliation, but also some that aren't necessarily affiliated, or it might not be as obvious that they have background. For example, Mimi, who has a vineyard, also has a pretty strong background in forestry. So just tried to make sure we had captured a diversity of folks. And it's been a great group. They've been meeting since September, I think, or October, and have been working really hard and providing great input on the deliverables that INR has. The work will be wrapping up in September. And hopefully we'll be able to use that in future work that the commission takes on. In the current legislative session, we have Senate Bill 530 was introduced, which picked up on many of the elements of the bill that had been introduced in the short session, with one very important addition, which is inclusion of a fund that would could be used either to increase technical assistance or provide incentives to landowners who are interested in adopting natural and working land practices. So that is a new element of that bill. That bill has been folded into a broader climate bill, and is currently in Ways and Means and getting aired. And just a little bit more on the metrics. The activity-based metrics are designed to help us track progress as we implement new practices, and the community impact metrics are really there to help us, as I mentioned earlier, kind of design the programs so that they have good benefits to Oregonians. So with that, I'll go ahead and stop, and happy to answer any questions.
I have a question.
Thank you, Kat.
Hi, I'm Glenn Ahrens, an extension forester and Pelican Forestry rep here.
Great. Nice to meet you, Glenn.
Yes, good to meet you. Thank you. Referring to the climate smarter forestry practices, there was a kind of a phrase that was cut off there in your bullet list, and of course there's a whole lot contained in that. I'm just curious, where that's at and how you might be able to review those. And there's a lot of discussion and debate about what are climate smart forestry practices, and there's the short-term mitigation effect, and there's the longer-term forest health and adaptation aspects. I'm curious where that's fleshed out and what kind of input and processes there to determine those.
Yeah, great. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add on to that. I mean, I think, Glenn, are you also getting at, like, there are now climate smart forestry is also a USDA term that has specific
that's
practices.
Part of it. Yeah,
so,
there's
like,
a lot of the definition that's needed, but specifically to Oregon,
right?
This is really going to end up being in policy, and how we measure the impacts of what we think we're doing if we change over time. So I'm just curious about it.
Yeah, happy to. So the proposal that we developed and adopted in 2021 was very high level. And so it didn't go into the specific practices. We do include a definition of climate smart practices. So you can see that. And it, as you rightly pointed out, it includes both mitigation and adaptation. One of the things I should have shared is that we also kind of created a vision statement that recognizes that, you know, we aren't trying to have more carbon everywhere. Obviously, a lot of our forests have more fuel accumulated than is good for having resilient forests. And so you know, we want to recognize that there are places where we need to reduce carbon on the landscape to reduce fuels, and other places where we can adopt practices that increase those. In terms of where is the conversation around what activities count, that's work that the advisory committee is, and some technical advisors that are informing that work are grappling with now, and really trying to go through and figure out how to best define what types of things do we want to invest in and track. And I mean, I don't know if you want to jump in on any of that, on any of the advisory committee and what it's doing.
Yeah, so as far as what the advisory committee is doing right now, Kathy's right. I mean, it's been a little bit difficult. We have a forestry subcommittee that has met twice. We've tried to meet a lot more than that. And so there's a technical experts group that is creating their own document of kind of climate smart forestry, you know, voluntary practices, kind of a list of practices. And so that, I think the lead is Danny Norlander with ODF, I believe. Kathy, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I actually, it's a staff person from the Institute for Natural Resources, and then they're with other experts to.
And if you're defining these practices that can be tracked and that are currently voluntary, but there's also a mandate to the Global Warming Commission to fund meaningful, is the expectation that eventually these practices might be incentivized at the state level as well?
Yeah. So they have got their own document. The committee is creating our own document. And so both of those reports will be given to the Oregon Global Warming Commission to review and sort of choose from, look at the, you know, the references cited. I mean, we've got like just on our stakeholder group document, we've gotten to more or less like informed consent on, maybe about 6 practices. And then there's different metrics for each one of those. And some of them, metrics are easier. Some of them, they're a lot harder. So there's kind of these two documents. And then, the intent is that if this funding goes through for the mitigation fund, and part of that would go to ODF. ODF would have their own to sort of engage that. I think OWEB, Kathy, has some money as well.
Yeah, the funding, which is, last I heard, they were hoping to get about 13 million total, which would include some additional staff capacity to focus on this work and do things like the workforce and training study, but probably 10 million of that for investment. That money would go to a combination of ODF, ODA, OWEB, and ODFW. Those agencies would work with the commission to recommend a set of investments, and then the commission would kind of make a decision about how to proceed with that recommended path forward. And then either there would be either those funds would be kind of channeled through existing programs that the agencies might have, or may require kind of investments in things that might require some new programs. So we're hoping to largely be able to work on through the infrastructure that the state already has.
It sounds like just tracking like those dollars that we're already spending toward climate, which is just metrics versus having to have new funding is your hope.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit of both, but yeah, there would be brand new funds associated with this established. But for instance, some of the practices that we're looking at are things like avoided conversion, land conversion. So that's relatively easier to track than other things because you can track how much land is classed as forest, and so that, for instance, is one of the key metrics and climate smart forestry pieces, right? Is something as simple as that. And then it gets complex when we start to get into, thinking about reduced emissions from wildfire and doing mitigation activities on our landscape. And how do we categorize that as a climate smart forestry practice, and kind of tying forest health with emissions and reduced, severe, or I think our, at least the stakeholder groups terminology we're looking at, like, what is it? I'm gonna probably get it wrong. It's like not uncharacteristically large fires. I think it's trying to reestablish historic fire regimes or something like that. We have something around that. There's some stuff for private lands, looking at utilizing appropriate frequency and intensity management strategies. And so there's some stuff around that for private landowners. And then each one of those is sort of broken down, and metrics have been applied to sort of track different pieces. So, but a lot of that is still, under consideration. So right now, INR, and then there's a moderator. Where's Lisa from?
She's a private consultant that's on contract to INR.
Yeah, and so all that information is being sort of coalesced right now in order to report it back to the commission. But ultimately, you guys will be sort of the decider on all that body of work of sort of what gets kind of condoned by the commission, and then what gets distributed out. But I think that money, that package 530 and 522, or was it 1522? There's some other pieces. I think all that got incorporated into the -3s of the big omnibus climate package.
That's correct.
So we'll see what happens. It's a Rayfield bill, so it's a leadership bill. So it's got a higher probability of passing if session continues, but it's probably going to be one of those things that I would think would get carried forward, and potentially carried forward in the special session as well. So it's this big, climate omnibus bill. It's got a bunch of other pieces in it as well. Some that, many that aren't forest specific, but did I capture that correctly?
Yeah, I would say it's a little more up in the air as to what might happen in the special session.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do folks have other questions, other thoughts initially? I'm curious about, it sounds like this bill would help move things forward. And that you all, I know this has been long and tireless work, and you've moved it forward a lot already. Are there things that you would ask of the Committee for Family Forestlands, or, got the ODF set, like how are we, it sounds like there's ways to engage in the implementation, and certainly once tracking is there. Are there other things we should be thinking about?
Yeah, it would be great. We, as I think I mentioned, we take public comment before all of our meetings. We have opportunities for public comments during our meetings. So would encourage you to get in, to use those vehicles to provide input, in particular to make sure that the commission is well aware of issues and needs of family forest owners in Oregon. So that's very important. Certainly engaging in legislative discussions around this work is important to make sure we're not only, being able to secure resources, but that we're shaping policies and programs in ways that are going to work for private family forest owners. So those would be two things that I would recommend. If you have a topic that you want to bring to the commission, feel free to get in touch with me, and I'm happy to try and figure it out how to get it on our schedule. And also, I think some of you may know David Ford, who is our forest representative, and I know he's been involved with the Small Woodlot Association. So he's also would, you could go through David to get items on agendas or to make sure that we're aware of the kinds of important topics that you're considering through this committee.
That's great. And I have to actually leave right this moment. I have another appointment. I'm really sorry to run, but I hope that, if folks have another few minutes to keep meeting with Kathy, that you take the opportunity and that follow up at our next meeting. Might help wrap up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who's number 3 in the EFF, but yeah, I could take it.
You're number 3, Mike.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's okay. I came to Salem. I had to go. Good to see you.
Got another question.
Hi Kathy, Rick Zen. I'm the new
Hi, Rick.
Small Woodlands Director. We engaged in 5:30, and one of the things we were very happy with is we were listened to in the legislature, and were successful in getting small landowner representatives on that advisory board. So we
Absolutely.
listen to, and if that legislation comes up again, we'll be recruiting for good folks to represent us.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, appreciated your involvement in making the bill better.
Any other questions?
Well, and maybe just to clarify or to build on that last point, we do have an advisory committee now. We committed to those folks that they would serve for 13 months from kind of beginning to end. And so that committee will sunset. Certainly people that have been on the committee will be eligible for future consideration. But we will be creating a new and maybe a little more formal. I'm not exactly sure what process we'll need to go through in terms of establishing the advisory committee. It's kind of anticipated that it would be an ongoing effort. And so we probably would want to put some terms on positions and the like. So, but would most likely have an opportunity for folks to apply in September, October-ish timeline in terms of a new advisory committee. Should the legislation go through, and I believe there's a 91-day timeline before we would start to get capacity to implement some of those pieces. But I think we would want to keep the momentum of the advisory committee. So that would probably be one of the first things we would do. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you for coming and presenting for us. That's all. I find it fascinating, everything that's going on.
Absolutely. Thank you. And, don't be shy about telling us, telling the commission what you think we're doing right, what we could be doing better, and the kinds of needs that your constituents have, because it's really important to our work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Have a great rest of your meeting.
You too. Thanks.
Thanks, Kathy.
Okay, so that was the last agenda item piece. I think Wendy and Kayla, we're going to end it at 1:15, so we're now 5 minutes over. So unless there's anything else anyone needs to talk about.
Is there a set date for the next meeting?
Yes.
September 14th. And I'll make sure that you get that invite because I believe I sent it out to the other members. And if not, then we'll make sure everyone else.
Do you have any other questions for us here, or are you just trying to absorb it all?
That's what today was. Yes.
Okay. All right. But reach out to any of us if you have questions about the committee.
So Mike, you said that for recruitment, we were not looking at having recruitment go beyond June 30th? Didn't I hear you say? something
No,
like that?
I think the terms starting to stop in June 30th and July 1st. And I think if we, maybe we're okay, because I was thinking we were moving all our new recruits to the September meeting for
Mhm.
consideration, but I think we were able to get this one in. We were able to get Eric at this time, so maybe we're okay, and maybe that's fine. Then I was thinking we'd have to move to September if we weren't able to get Eric there in time.
I didn't
Dr.
look at
Josh.
the consent, so
Okay, I think we're okay, actually.
I just cared about the IRST.
So I think we're good. I think maybe we could just.
But
leave
for
it.
Scott, we would, that would be a consent agenda item for filling behind him.
Correct.
And so I'm just thinking what the timeline is for us as we try to
Oh,
think about people.
so, yeah.
Because their first meeting would be September 14th,
Right,
potentially, if they were approved on the consent agenda item at the Board of Forestry meeting.
right. So Hillary usually needs it about a month before that to
Okay,
get it on the agenda, or to get it on the Board of Forestry consent agenda.
okay.
So that would be,
I would honestly say try to have it to us by the end of July. Because with the meeting being early September for the Board of Forestry,
Yeah.
then we would probably want July just to get everything put together. That way we make sure Hillary has it the month before.
Yeah, so if we can get some sort of a small announcement or something and just an email where people can inquire more information, then folks like Glenn and myself and Rick, we can all put that in our newsletters and send that out to our listservs to inform people.
so were we gonna get that to you?
Well, Kayla mentioned it.
Yeah.
But
Gail's gonna do it?
it sounds like we have a goal of trying to recruit someone by the end of July, and I just realized, Rick, at the Family Forest Convention in Estacada, probably a whole lot of Northwest Oregon landowners, and we'll have a microphone. So, we could, and probably have the, the application one pager.
When you got the executive committee before, so you can prime the executive committee first and then.
Yeah, so chances are good, I think, by the end of July, we get some. We
I mean,
may watch out, we may have to have the city. Or.
yeah, so we'll just have to figure out what to do with that if we get more than
Yeah, so,
one interested.
but I'll check on that, but I think you may be on the right path, that may have to go to the Board of Forestry, they decide.
Way the
maybe.
way the 2 or 3.
I think so, but I'll double check them.
I'm guessing that the procedure would be to fill Scott's vacancy for his term. That's my guess.
But wouldn't you say, so how much longer did he have? Because he came on the same time as you, right?
No,
He just
started,
Oh.
although he was backdated, so he technically started January, but based on the way that we had it set up is that his start date was July 1st, 2022, even though he wasn't actually here for those months.
So his term.
Because that's when
His
Sarah
term ends, yeah, so his term ends 2025, I believe, technically. Okay.
Okay,
So we could backdate, if we get somebody in for September, we could backdate them to July of this year, more or less.
Probably,
And
I would have to.
that would
look
be
at
like
how
their
it
start
works,
date.
But yeah, I feel, based on what I've read, nobody quote me on this.
still recording, right?
Yeah, I know. Based on how Scott's approval went, probably what would end up happening with this person is if we get them on the September board, then we would just backdate them as starting July 1st, 2023.
Yeah, but their term would only
But
go
their-
till the end of Scott's.
Well,
what Scott's
their-
term was.
That would start their term. So their term would end 2026.
So maybe we need to get some clarity on that.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to kind of look into.
Alternative.
Yeah, because we don't want everybody ending at the same time.
Yeah.
Keep it staggered.
Yeah, anyways, yeah, and so, and maybe, I don't know who we need to check with on if we need to make a decision on one person that goes forward and
I'll
gets,
check on it.
because if you think about it, appointments are like, yeah, I guess I don't know how that would work.
Okay, I'll check.
Cause I'm
on it.
thinking about like if the governor appoints somebody to the Board of Forestry, they get approved. They get appointed by the governor, but then approved by the Senate.
Yeah,
How does this,
well,
you know, they're, because I think the bylaws technically say that I closed out of them. But anyways, I'm just trying to think of like the words like appointed versus approved versus nominated. I don't know.
So,
Our charter's very slim.
so, well, even with Eric's, you guys nominate him for approval, and then the board of forestry approved Eric, so I would think if we end up with one or two or more, I think you'd have to. Yes, it would have to go to the board of forestry,
Yeah.
make an appointment for them.
But we could have a process where we try to inform them enough that they, you know, either self-select or select or, but if people are really interested.
Yeah, and then I think what we could do is, like I said, not because we can't really call the board of forestry together just to talk about that, but Josh may be able to help inform them in his one-on-ones who the candidates are.
Yeah.
So,
The only thing I have to comment in here in my personal history, this process has been one of trying to find someone
Someone,
to
yeah.
fill that seat. And you've asked a number of those, and I'm not interested, but you find one that is, come on. And go through the system.
that's what Keola said too, yeah.
But we're living in hope that maybe.
Okay, so I'm gonna officially end the meeting at 1:27. Sorry, 1:27.
Right. Good to see everyone.
I only did.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, right. Like I paid my dues. Okay, so I found the practice. So if you